Hello and welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo.
You are going to negotiate with America with oil. I am telling you, every American that comes here because of oil will die here. Every American that comes here because of the oil of the job people will die here, will not live here. That they want to take the oil of the job people to give to it for people will die here. They will all die here.
With the turnout of events after this vote?
Well, I feel relieved. I feel very happy that our candidate has won. But more than that, I feel happy for Nigeria, because this election is a great lesson to all of us. The greatest lesson is that it is competence, it is capacity, it is capability, it is track record that wins elections. It is not the politics of anger, it's not the politics of ethnicity, it's not the politics of religion. We have shown very, very clearly that the people of Nigeria have looked at the track record of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, what he has been able to achieve in Lagos, and what he has been able to do by way of inclusion in Nigerian politics to elect him across all the geopolitical zones. So I am relieved and I'm very happy that in spite of all the obstacles placed in our path, in spite of internal sabotage by people that are supposed to wish us well, God has decided that it is He who gives power to whom He wants when He wants. This is both in the Quran, in the Bible, but some people who claim to be believers did not believe it. They put obstacles in our path, they created problems for our party, they did everything to make sure we lose. But Nigerians are wiser.
Excellency, I'd like you to speak to the integrity of this process. We saw how it turned out in your state, in Kaduna State, where the opposition won some seats and even taken the lead.
Yes, I'm as old as Nigeria, and I've participated in all elections, better and more credible elections in Nigeria, but this is the best I've seen so far.
Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai.
Nasir, make a promise. We won't let you run away from the country. That's the only way I will leave this podium. Where is the promise? You make the promise.
I promise.
Okay.
Thank you. I promise, even on a part-time basis.
I'm running for the chairmanship of AMAC because it is not just an area council. It is the microcosm of Nigeria. This is Africa's most populous capital city. And it is important that somebody who understands the world, but yet deeply rooted, leads, especially in this 21st century. To see injustice walking on its two legs and poverty in the shadow of power, or to have young, brilliant minds without opportunity, like our children being out of school without the urgency of attention, is unacceptable. If we can fix AMAC, then we can begin to reimagine a new Nigeria. That's why I believe that AMAC deserves a leader and leadership that has character and compassion to attend to it, not just cheering over meetings, but over the transformational evolution that is currently ongoing. This is why I'm running for the chairmanship of AMAC.
To 10. Clause 11 to 20. No, clause 21 to 30.
Carry. Point of order. Point of order. Point of order. Point of order. Point of order.
Clause 30 to 40.
Mr. Chairman, you are not reading. We want to know. Point of order. Point of order, Mr. Chairman. You are not reading. Point of order. Point of order.
Yes.
Point of order. Point of order. No.
Clause 40 to 50.
You're supposed to read it. Line by line. Point of order.
Clause 50 to 60.
Point of order. Speaker, point of order.
In that clause 60, clause 61,
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
clause 62.
To the health of our people. But having come now to Abuja and listened to Professor Mohammed Pate and his team, we are now more committed. So the traditional rulers of Nigeria will now go home and work harder than before. But I must tell you, Mr. President, that personally, I don't feel very happy because you were not here in the morning. There were several speeches. We listened carefully. I listened to the opening address by His Imperial Majesty, the Owner of Ife. And he was gingering all of us to work as a family, to work as a team, to see Nigeria as one. And then I felt maybe this is good. But when you look at it, this same Imperial Majesty is arranging to confer a very high honor on Sunday Igboho, who in my own part of Nigeria in the southeast, we see him as a counterpart of Nnamdi Kanu. And my brother, fellow royal father, the Imperial Majesty, does not seem to understand the pain in my heart when Nnamdi Kanu is in Sokoto. So, sir, the ball stops on your court. Bring this man out. If we don't want him in Nigeria, return him to Kenya or London, where they took him from. You see, some of us here are being asked to go and work, but the young people in the Southeast are so agitated, they can even beat us. They see us as sellouts. We come to Abuja, they may think we come to collect money. And then we keep quiet.
Dissenting opinions, there's no way that anyone can argue against them. There's no way. Foreign countries that have been ripping us off for years are ecstatic. They're so happy. And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long, that I can assure you. The Democrats on the court are thrilled, but they will automatically vote no. They're an automatic no, just like in Congress. They're an automatic no. They're against anything that makes America strong, healthy, and great again. They also are a, frankly, disgrace to our nation, those justices. They're an automatic no, no matter how good a case you have. It's a no. But you can't knock their loyalty. It's one thing you can do with some of our people. Others think they're being politically correct, which has happened before far too often with certain members of this court, and it's happened so often with this court. What a shame. Having to do with voting in particular, when in fact they're just being fools and lapdogs for the rhinos and the radical left Democrats, and not that this should have anything at all to do with it. They're very unpatriotic and disloyal to our Constitution. It's my opinion that the court has been swayed by foreign interests and a political movement that is far smaller than people would ever think. It's a small movement. I won by millions of votes. We won in a landslide. With all the cheating that went on, there was a lot of it, but we still won in a landslide. Too big to rig. But these people are obnoxious, ignorant, and loud. They're very loud. And I think certain justices are afraid of that. They don't want to do the right thing. They're afraid of it. This was an important case to me, more as a symbol of economic national security, and also, I would say, just for our country itself, so important, because we
people who feels the pulse. Now, you know, everything is increasing like mad. Things places you could go with 100 naira before, you are not talking about quadruple, triple the price. I tell you, we are seeing what's happening in France. It's not a threat to anybody, but it's when you hold the populace down for a while and for a long time, even goats can bite when they see no other ways that they can escape.
Some of this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people who are asking a platform for him, who are supporting him.
So, you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonava? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paul and some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
not
took my
going
time
to
to
be
God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address you already the way I like. You don't know what she already did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That's the only thing I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Fiscally, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't yet say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid. I'm not joking. You understand? So learn to control your emotion. You understand?
Okay.
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because he mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to admonish them.
Comment.
What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
When he gets your time,
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on, don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil-producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. 1 second.
Do not defend a character like a Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before. Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Dr. Damages, please, I want Soli to tell us who are the fools on this panel.
I consider you a fool. Yeah.
On this panel, yeah. Who are the fools?
I will explain the foolish statement that you made. When you were talking about Sowore.
I made a foolish statement.
Yes, you did.
You must be very stupid if you don't know how to respect your elder. You are very, very stupid. Are you crazy? You must be very stupid to use that word on your elders. Am I your mate? You're a very stupid boy. Can you learn how to talk?
If you cannot handle it, don't ask me.
Can you learn how to talk?
Mute your mic.
See, don't be fooled with the comment section hype. So
excuse me.
Okay, hold on, guys.
I expected you to to ask him to withdraw that word. Nobody is a fool on this panel.
Okay, hold on.
Nobody is stupid. Can you call your
hold on, everybody. I know we are ranting.
Can you call your father a fool?
No, hold on.
If my father behaves like you, yes, I would.
No, please, everybody, calm down. All right. Us on the show, we appreciate all of you. It's Saturday, the 21st of February 2026. It's a beautiful day here in New York City, but it's going to snow. They said by tomorrow we have winter weather coming again here in New York. I hope it's beautiful wherever in the world you are. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate all of you, those in the comment section, those watching at home, and those who are going to join us in the studio. We particularly like people who are coming into the studio because they are the stars of this show. They make it what it is. You know, we're as good as the people who come in here. If we have different viewpoints and we share the viewpoints, people will enjoy the conversation that we are going to have. So again, thank you for joining us. Today is election day in Nigeria. There are local council elections and by-elections going on at the Federal Capital Territory. It's also happening in Rivers State and Kano State. So far, results are coming in across the states, and it's been very interesting. The ADC, which is the new opposition party, is trying to take power away from APC at several places. And the stories are quite interesting. What we are seeing, we are hearing from Wike, who is the federal minister in charge of the Federal Capital Territory. He told voters after voting that they should leave the rest for him, that he will handle it. So we don't know what that means. So far, there are reports coming out of the Federal Capital Territory on how it's going. We will talk on that. We connect to someone who is in Abuja who will give us some updates. Also, in the news is, of course, El-Rufai, the former governor of Kaduna State. He is being taken from one government agency to another one to answer questions about over 400 billion naira that he mismanaged, according to the government. We will touch on that. You know, he was a former ally of Tinubu, if you guys remember, at the Chatham House in London. He was the one answering questions for Tinubu, but things changed from then. So we're going to touch on that, what has happened to him since he returned to the country and was threatening that nobody can do anything to him. And finally, the government showed him that they can do anything to anybody and nothing will happen. So we touch on that. In the international scene, we have former Prince Andrew in trouble in London. And here in America, we had Trump got a Supreme Court ruling that he didn't like. He called them fools, idiots, people who are being controlled by foreign governments. So we will touch on that and all the other issues in the news. I will now let you guys come in. If you're in the studio and you want to be part of the conversation, turn on your camera so we can bring you in and begin the conversation today. Again, thank you all for being here. For those at home, we hope you participate by your comments and by liking the broadcast so that more people will see it, and you can share it on your own platform so that people will know what is going on here. One thing I forgot to mention that happened that was very important. Olusegun Obasanjo, who was the former president of Nigeria at the age of, I think, 80-something, showed us his dancing step this week. That's what. right. Again, thank you so much. It's not all bad news across Nigeria. We'll give you more headline news. There are so many stories out there, but let me welcome you first to the show. OBE. Obe, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Damages and members of the panel. It's nice to be here this weekend. I find it very early to come in, unusual.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I
You're welcome.
appreciate that. Tony, thank you for being here. How are you?
I'm good. Greetings, Dr. Damages. Greetings, everyone on the panel and those watching and commenting. It's a good weather here and a lot of things happening. And so we thank God for another day. Thank you.
Yes, another weekend, another Saturday. Mr. James, welcome to the show. How are you doing? How is the Gambia?
It's very hot.
Oh, like what? What's the temperature?
It's about 28 degrees centigrade. That's about 80 degrees Fahrenheit.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay. We can take some of those heat from you guys. If you don't need it, bring it up here. All right, thank you. CM, welcome to the show.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Rudolph. And from the land of the king, I will say good
Who is the
evening.
king?
The king now. We are no longer in the queen. We are now having the king. The son of the
Hold on,
son
has
of
the
the
currency
queen.
changed?
Yes, but you know now it's not like Nigeria where you shut down the country because you want to change your currency. The way it works is that as time goes on, they'll be withdrawing the currency, bearing the head of the portrait of the queen and the replacing it with that of King Charles. So gradually it's changing, but in between you will still encounter the queen, but it's nothing had to do with shutting down or bringing one type of a Mayfield to, El-Rufai to counter anything. But that is the way it is here. So it's quite organized and highly civilized.
Just let me know.
Thank you.
Let me know. I still have I have £5 here. If they are changing, if they give a deadline, let me know.
Please, no, just send it to me. It's in safe hands. Send it to me. It's as good as me keeping it for you. Send it down. No, it's true. It's true. It's true. If you want interest, we can negotiate interest on it as long as it stays with me. You continue.
Are you a bank? Are you a bank?
Well, what? Anybody, any arrangement, not really body, any arrangement that can keep your money safe and then put interest on it is a bank. That's all.
All right. Thank you, CM. Let's say hi to Ovie. Ovie, welcome to the show. Ovie, can you hear me? All right, Ovie cannot hear, I think.
Ovie, don't sleep.
Maybe too much. All right, Ovie, we can't hear you. Let's see.
He's speaking with Okpabolo, maybe.
And Chim, welcome to the show.
I got the way now. I hear everything.
Oh, okay.
Ovie, say something.
I hear everything when I talk, and I go judge you now at the right time. Every one of you will be judged. I think
Ovie, your line is not good at all. We will skip you for now. Let's go to who else came in? Oh, KJ. Oh, Chim. Yeah, Chim, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, Rudolph, and good day to everybody, wherever you are. Oh, it's good to see Show. Show is here on the show today. Interesting. All right. So yes, I think it's you're complaining about weather again this month.
Whenever it snows, it's a difficult thing for us in New York to move around.
We had a snowstorm here last week.
We don't care about Canada. You guys are not important. This is where the world is. This is where everything matters. If Canada goes away, taken away by storm or something, the war will continue. But New York,
okay.
It's over.
All right, that's nice. An amazing lineup we have.
All right, sorry, Chim. I think it's Ovie. Ovie, you have to figure out your connection. Go ahead, Chim.
So I would say an amazing lineup you have here. So looking forward to be able to chime in, especially with the Eze. The Eze is my man. I wish I had access to Nobel Peace. We'll look for a category for him and give it to him.
Yeah. We will talk about that. That's an interesting story. Let me say hello to KJ. KJ, how are you?
Good morning, Dr. Rudolph. Good morning, Jim. Good morning, Sho. Good morning, Obi, Tony, CM, Mr. James, and Uche. In fact, I don't know how you manage, but you seem to have the heavy hitters this morning.
I'll just keep quiet and close my mouth and let you guys.
Yeah, you have the heavy hitters. I mean, so something great must be happening either around the world or in Nigeria. Just to give you an update, ADC have taken the first of the wins in Abuja.
What do you mean the first polling unit or?
Wuse zone. They're taking Wuse zone. So hopefully it will continue that way. Although there's a lot of rigging going on and a lot of vote buying. But I know that the Abuja people, it's difficult to have Abuja under control. Many presidents have not been able to. So we don't know. This channel should actually be praised because we discussed this a long time ago that this was what was going to happen at the center. So we are not surprised. It's good to see all of you. Yes, I'm interested in a lot of the stories, the Eze and all that, and then many more things are happening in Nigeria. It's just unfortunate. I don't know whether we want to be a nation or just all jokers. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. We go to Uche. Uche, welcome to the show.
Okay, good evening, everyone, and Mbedoma, Mr. Rudolph. Thank you, man.
I did. Thank you so much.
Mr. KJ and everyone, I greet everyone once again. I just got an information, and maybe the information is available on social media. I think the switch, the NEPA people, they said that would be they will switch off the light, maybe based on some technicality, their system of giving light and taking light, paying without using the light. So I think that was the information, and I think somebody have raised the issue, but I'm very, very concerned to one of the best traditional ruler we have. Maybe I want to put it as a repeat comment from someone. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Uche. Let's see, recolonization. Yeah, I have something for you, but that will be later on the show. Marco Rubio, the foreign minister, U.S. Secretary of State, went to Munich, Germany, and actually supported what you've been saying, that Africa should be recolonized. And I don't know if they called you to be part of the people that will lead that effort, but welcome to the show. Recolonization, can you hear me? All right, I think
the network have been recolonized.
The noise we're hearing is from here.
If I may just say something, the NEPA officials in Abuja actually announced yesterday there'll be blackout throughout Abuja today.
Real story?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yes, what he's saying is correct. They announced yesterday evening that there'll be no light from 6 to 6. And,
they said they were carrying out a maintenance somewhere along that axis intentionally, you know.
Of course, they're going to. They have to say something.
Yeah.
Wike declared public holiday yesterday, and so everything is being done as has never been before. There are talks between people in Abuja, what has never happened before in Abuja election. So there are talks somewhere in a place called Beggar Junction, and all around the place where you have opposition leadership, where they know the places where people don't vote for the ruling party in Abuja. And so they've set those people to be there to beat people who are either trekking to their locations or who are just getting out and trying to get out of their house. Those people who voted for APC, Labour Party last time, majority of their names have been taken out of the register. They can't find their name anywhere. If you find your name and you want to vote, they'll ask you for your BVN, which is obviously not on your registration. So a lot of very high tactical rigging tactics have been employed by of course we know who. And so you don't need to go too far to find what 2027 will look like.
All right, thank you. We are going to get into that, but let me hear from Sho. Sho, welcome to the show. I know you have some headlines for us, so you can give us what we probably missed if you have them. We can get to that.
Good evening, Dr. Damages, and good evening to the panelists. Hello to the chat section as well, and everyone else watching from across the globe. It's good to be with you. I'm here for maybe about 10 minutes and I have to disappear again. I can't commit to 2 hours, 3 hours like I used to. But some of the things, I mean, Sho is our apologist. Yeah, fantastic. Kulata, I see you, don't worry. He said, I don't know if I should be angry or I should just keep it cool. Anyway, some of the things that didn't make the top headlines. In Osun State, coincidentally where Kulata is from, I read that the governor has...
Wait, how do you know where he's from?
He doesn't shy from it. It's part of where he's from, which is good. He's from Osun State. I've heard that their governor have told the civil servants to close at 2 o'clock for Ramadan and Lent because it coincides, and happy Ramadan to those fasting and Lent to the Christians as well. So he's told people to go home at civil servants to go home at 2 o'clock for the duration of the Lent and Ramadan, and to go home at 1 o'clock on Fridays. I don't know. When they go, I don't think they do much anyway. So them leaving early makes little or no difference. Also in Kaduna State, I think for the first time in 11 years or thereabouts, they are saying that they are now going to fund Christian pilgrims. Oh, this is for Vie. They've sacked his king, also. So for the first time in so many years, they're now saying that in Kaduna State, they're going to be funding Christian pilgrimage, which is absolute nonsense. We shouldn't be getting involved in any of that. Anyone who cannot afford to go to Jerusalem to see Jesus or
Mecca
to see their prophet,
Mm-hmm.
they should stay in Nigeria, but those who are hailing it are saying that's part of the things that El-Rufai did when he was governor. He stifled Christianity. He didn't give them much attention. So they're praising the current governor, saying that is fair to everyone. Also, 117 repentant terrorists are going to be reintegrated into the society. They said they've completed their repentance program, so they'll be reintegrated. Okay, you're showing some of the headlines. Yeah. In Kano, they arrested 9 Muslims for eating at a restaurant during Ramadan. I don't know how that is anyone's business. What else? I think the inflation on food has dropped, which doesn't necessarily translate to drastic drop in food prices. Federal airports say they're saying they would become cashless from February 29. Somehow they chose 29th of February. If you look at your calendar this year, there's no 29th of February. I don't know if that's intentional or they're just being, yeah. So anyway, from 29th of February, they are trying to discourage, cash transactions at the airport. So quite a lot of stories to be covered. But the one that happened in Uvi is also, so I would like to know, you probably know more about it because I think it's political. I've seen a lot of people saying the guy should go to Ile-Ife and become a king because his name is even a Yoruba name and all of that. So if Ovie can touch maybe like 50 minutes.
Didn't Ovie say one day on this show that he liked the new governor because he settled something about issue with the throne in his place after so many years?
Well, it's just sacked the king or the Oba, whatever of so which is Ovie's hometown. Go. So this is not like.
So you are assuming that Ovie is deep into cultural things and learns community.
I think he's in touch with what's going on.
Ovie is a prince, according to him.
He said he's a prince. His name means prince or something.
Yeah,
your name can mean prince. My name.
Your name can mean prince doesn't make you a prince anyway. Yeah.
Okay, so Kulata said also it's Yoruba land. Ovie is going to lose his mind now. Anyway.
Is that why he didn't have a Kwebolo emblem behind his stage?
Kwebolo don't offend them now.
All right, thank you so much.
I don't think I mean, there's a video I sent you, Dr. Damages, when you talk about the votes in Abuja. VDM went to one of the schools and it did show the state of one of the schools they are using for, election. It's just it's appalling. Also, on a good, something good that NAFDAC did, they sealed 18 warehouses in Niger State. They discovered expired food worth over 100 million naira. So if anyone is around Niger State, please be careful, be mindful of the things. Yes. Okay, go on then. Go. I'll see you in a minute. Yeah, sorry. So if you're around Niger State, for those in Nigeria, please be mindful of the things you buy. Please check the dates, because some of these things, I mean, your case is as good as mine, would have seeped through. And even the ones that are confiscated, if the right money exchange hands, don't be surprised to see them back, on the shelves. So I think, those are some of the things.
All right, thank you so much. Ovie is back, but before I let him speak, let me also add that somebody on the comment section who reminded us of some stories. Well, Ovie, go ahead. When I find out, I'll let you guys know. Go ahead, Ovie. We brought up your hometown. What's going on there?
You're muted.
All right, that's the problem. Oh, all right. There's a king that was killed in Ondo State.
Yes.
By bandits. Who are the bandits? Are they local?
Where are the cows? That's the question. Where are the cows?
Who are the bandits? Are they local or are they
international?
Yeah, that's something else that I think getting attention. You mentioned the arrest of people who were not fasting. I really want to get some explanation from people who are Muslims.
I'm sorry, also just to clarify what KJ said, Wike declared curfew from 8 p.m. the night before the election, not public holiday. Okay. He declared curfew, not a public holiday. So there was activities in Abuja yesterday until 8 p.m. where he declared a curfew. But I think people defied that. People didn't even pay attention to it. But it wasn't public holiday.
Okay. That's better. And today there is movement after the election, I believe. All right. So Ovie, can you hear us? No, Ovie cannot. All right, let's go into the conversation. We are going to start with the election. That's the top issue. It's happening as we speak. I mean, the counting of votes and the results are coming out. I'm seeing Sahara reporters reporting that Dr. Moore won his polling units. Also reporting that ADC won some parts. I'll get the figures out as we go along. But who has been monitoring? Let me start from you, Chim. You've been monitoring how it's going. Do you care? Yeah.
Rudolph.
Hold on.
Sorry. Excuse me, Rudolph.
Yeah.
I think there is excuse me, Rudolph. I think part of the news that made the headline this week, probably, I don't know whether you are aware. I heard it, and it's on international news media. For the first time in their 78 years of existence as a sovereign nation, the state of Israel, the parliament, the Knesset, discussed the Nnamdi Kanu's plight and Biafran restoration.
Yeah.
Yes, the politicians there debated it. It was quite a very heated discussion. So,
yeah.
Somebody speaking.
All right.
Yeah, it was quite a very heated. It was quite topical, and for the first time, it hasn't happened before. So to some of us who are fed up with Nigeria, even I can hear somebody now. Somebody is even praising Tinubu for rigging Abuja municipal election. What a shame! So for Israel to be discussing about the release of Nnamdi Kanu and then the freedom for Biafrans is something to be proud of. That's why I keep saying Biafra is on the calendar. So that gladdened my week, and I'm quite.
All right, CM, you're
I wish everything will be concluded today, tomorrow. Thank you. we discuss
All
it
right,
in
thank you,
details
Sian.
later.
Thank you. We have to fix your connection one day. All right, Chim, let's begin with the conversation on the election. How is it going? Are you monitoring what's going on? Any results you've seen before? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I am not intentionally monitoring the elections, but by virtue of belonging to different WhatsApp groups, people are posting things that I'm seeing. I don't know how factual those things are, but let me just read one. He lives in Abuja. It says here, AMAC election, ADC winning. It says polling unit 023. Ward, City Center, Council, AMAC, Chairmanship. He says APC has 12 votes as at when they were counting. I don't know if they finished. ADC has 53. ABGA 1, ZLP 1, SDP 3. Then the councillorship in the same place, it says APC has 9 votes, PDP 5, ADC 39, ABGA 2. And I don't know how accurate these things are because anybody can post anything for. I mean, it might just be somebody who doesn't like APC and wants to, you understand? Not that I like, I mean, I would like that this is the real result, trust me, but I'm not going to shout Uhuru. So I'm disconnected, to be honest with you, because, I mean, Wike has an overreach, and now we can understand why Wike was placed in Abuja. It was his fault, and times like this.
Yeah.
So, to your question directly, no, I'm not monitoring anything, but of course I'm seeing things like this because people are going to be posting stuff. That's all.
All right, thank you. We can let's see if we can hear from other people. Ovie, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So,
Tim, that's also monitoring. I'm just monitoring it from WhatsApp. So, you know. When my connection they do go back and forth, I just understand now. You know, I was this close to betraying the covenant I have with my supplier, which is to say, anytime somebody want to provoke me to respond to anything that is not supposed to, I should just preach instead. So until that frustration come before I realized, oh, that was the message I was trying to pass. So the message today is that whatever you think you are today, whatever you are, anything it is that you be, is that the result of this is a decision of some other people. It's a political decision of other people that make you what you are today. And what you will be tomorrow is also going to be based off of other people's political decision. So stay active.
all right. That's the message. Thank you so much, Ovie. I don't know.
Mr. 1 second. Ovie, your background is not beautiful today with all your prominent people. Why?
Might tell you the truth, might lie to you. Which one?
Because your truth always be joke and your lie. I don't know how we take it sometimes.
So, and I don't know. Choose one. If you want me to tell you the truth, I'll tell you. If you want to lie to you, I will lie to you.
Okay,
no problem. Somehow you have answered the question.
The gadget what they use, they do them. I don't send them go home. More they to campaign for Paulo. No, 3.5 million is a must. So I am trying to have a. You know, they mean not just the talk. I they back my talk with action. So I'm trying to set up some my own campaign going for the governor. So yes, I don't send them. I don't mail and go. That's why. So I'm using phone now. I know get that. The phone if you get that kind of facility to give me a background drop. That's why I don't see the background. So
okay, no problem. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So I take it that you don't want to respond to what's going on in your hometown.
Oh no! I don't, oh, that one. I don't. I think they are trying to. They are trying to provoke me with that one. I've been saying it here. One of the reasons that I'm supporting Monday Paolo is that they was able to resolve a king.
All right, maybe one day we'll contribute money and the most satellite for some people.
When you notice, anytime his background they covered with equivalent and all the kind, his network is good. But when he took it out, there's problem. So have you noticed this? So
village people.
You're right. You're right. All right, let's move on. Tony, welcome.
Yes, thank you. Greetings again. Yeah, I have been sort of monitoring what's happening in Abuja, and I think the reaction is mixed. There are areas where voting is said to have gone well. One of them, the army barracks. But there are quite a lot of manipulations. For instance, from the videos that I see, in Lube 2, that's Lube Primary School, Unit 009, suspected voter buyer was nabbed by the police and was beaten. Abaji Council, particularly AU Suleiman polling unit 002 and 003, ballot papers were stolen following a fight. Police pepper spray, there was confusion. The allegations of the chairman coming over there to talk to them. Anyway, there was commotion, and in the process, the polling officers ran away, and some polling ballot papers were stolen. In Gwarimpa, by federal staff clinic, there were issues. Some voters couldn't find their names. There were allegations that a few hours before the voting, or a few days before voting, INEC had reshuffled the polling stations. So as a result of which people didn't find their names in where they thought their names should be. And then there were issues of registration also. We saw people complaining. So some people were disenfranchised. In Usman Ward 010, the polling unit is supposed to have about 5,000 people. They were told that only 14 are authorized to vote. So, and so on and so forth. So if you go to Wuse Zone 2, things are going well, but there was a poor turnout. The same thing in Baku Primary School polling unit 37. So it's the reports keep coming. In some places, the turnout is not very impressive. And in some places, you can see clear cases of manipulation. Some places, INEC, as at 9 o'clock, they were still waiting. There was no visible presence of INEC officials and polling booths and so on and so forth. So I don't think that so far with what we have heard, that we could say that INEC has done a good job, but let us see as the reports keep coming what happens. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much.
Rudolph, just to add, sorry, please. I hope we don't forget that Nigeria is way ahead of us, especially here in North America, time-wise. So it's about 6-something p.m. already. So the day is over. So most likely, there's no voting going on right now. It's just collation and counting.
Yeah.
So, because I'm seeing results coming in, and the guy is still saying that ADC is winning, especially in that AMAC. So let's see how it goes.
Thank you. The way for those who are interested in monitoring is also pay attention to what the news media they are reporting. Sometimes anybody on Twitter can send out any report, but once it's being confirmed by prominent, credible news media, that's where you know what's going on. Okay, Obe. Go ahead.
Yeah, I thank you, Dr. Rudolph, and everybody in the house. Well, the atmosphere was tense already based on some basic comments that the president made and Wike's response. So we all expect the fallout of today to be along that narrative that your job is at stake if you don't create Abuja.
Wait, what did hold on? What did the president say for those who didn't see?
Okay, he actually mentioned at a gathering to Wike that he knows he has to deliver Abuja the way he delivered Edo. That kind of game they played, and you know that do for me, I do for you. In the time that he told him about removing Abuja from I think the payment structure, that it should allow them to run without putting them in the I didn't know what that was. Remember what that was? I think there was something that had to do with how they collect their money, that it should omit Abuja. So at that point, say, if I do for you, I do for me. That kind of thing. And this is what's going to play out in the political thing too, that you must deliver Abuja. Be that as it may, they are trying to do it the way they did Edo. That is after the whole thing happened. They went inside the house, locked out the governor, and they were doing changes and manipulation. That is actually the game that they played in Edo. So I think that's what they want to replicate in Abuja. They will allow whatever goes on the field to go on. And at the end of the day, they will not come inside and begin to do the e-transmission by themselves and do the changes, and then the number will change, and then they will announce whoever wins. That is the idea. They will allow voting to go on. You will hear winning here and there. But at the point of the collation, that is when the magic happens in Edo, and that is exactly what I think they will do in Abuja. But Amokpita, who is the chairman, is supposed to know that this is a litmus test for him as his first major election is going to conduct, based on the fact that he has promised a free and fair election. But from what Wike is as a person, he talks anyhow, so he made some very careless statement that he won't allow you to win. I don't know what that means. Is it one person that actually tells you win election? It's just so sad that we a country will keep going down every day. If you are a minister, you don't talk anyhow in the public. They don't know that the whole world is listening to them, but they don't know that they keep bringing Nigeria down and down the scale based on their narratives and the way they're going. How can you just say that I won't allow you to win if you are not supporting the president? What does that mean? Are you the electorate? Those are the things. Those are the kind of statement he had thrown out there, and now the manipulations came from the so-called power section, saying that they had to seize power because they had to do maintenance at a given particular time on the election day. Isn't that so sad? Out of all the days, you didn't see the day to say we're going to have a maintenance. It's the election day that you want to have a maintenance, and you want to shut down the system, and everybody should be at home. That's what you have said, that there's a coffee at a given particular time. Yet you want to seize power so that people will not charge their phone or whatever they want to do. They're just looking for every way to cause confusion. In addition to all this nonsense they did in the House of Rep and in the Senate to pass a bill that was signed less than 24 hours. So it's a lot. If you're expecting anything very drastic to happen in this election of Abuja, it will be a miracle, based on my perception. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Mr. James.
Thank you. I'm very surprised that you guys are optimistic. Maybe you are more nationalistic than myself. I remember in 2022, I told Ovie on Symphony TV that there was no need for the 2023 elections. Of course, people did not believe me, and it's up to them to make up their mind if I was right or wrong. Mr. Churchill said, it is not yet the end, it's not the end, neither is it the beginning of the end. It is probably the end of the beginning. Because next year, 2027, will determine quite a lot of things in the country, which I would not like to predict openly. Socrates said, if people get the government they deserve. Despite all we have gone through in the history of Nigeria since 1960, we are still analyzing election results, trying to be logical in our analysis. I cannot hear.
Go ahead.
What did you say? We are trying to be logical, or trying to be logical in an illogical situation, trying to read meanings to what is meaningless. This is the situation we grapple with in the country. Will it not surprise everyone if Nigerian elections are free and fair? And I want to put it to you, Mr. Rudolph, come 2027, if the presidential election is free and fair, please, I permit you to put me before a firing squad without trial.
Remove can you remove your hand so that we see your whole face as you say that? Yeah, because we're going to replay this video.
Yeah. Put me before a firing squad if the election of 2027 will be free and fair.
But Mr. James, I know what you are saying, but remember the Americans are in Nigeria, so it may not be the same, they will be careful the way they do things.
Look, the Americans at any time, they are everywhere on planet Earth and even on the moon. They've sent satellites to Mars. They know what is happening there. You get the point? So they have been in Nigeria means nothing. Actually, those in Nigeria, they are very careful of their movement and how they interfere with internal affairs of the country. That is not why they are there. They're not there for elections. You get the point? So please, I want to remind you again, if the election of 2027 will be free and fair, happen to be free and fair, put me before a firing squad without trial. Nobody will take you to task.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. James. Uche, you're next.
Okay, am I coming clear?
Yeah.
For me to contribute anything about Abuja election in this matter, I hardly discuss all those Nigerian elections because anything you predict about Nigerian election, it will happen like that. As Mr. James have put a very serious bet, and it's going to happen like that because it's a reputation. I'm not too much paying attention about that, but I can only put maybe some few comments about if all of us watch what happened about some weeks ago when the should I say the civil servant protest against Mr. Wike, there's a message they passed, and that message is going to go against the government, Wike and the Tinubu, because they will vote against them. But this information I'm hearing now about removing the names of people that vote under a Labour Party, because these people are devilish and they don't believe that anything will happen. They don't believe. The only thing they think like, I'm sorry to say this, I don't like to use this word as we all black, but they think like worst black people who think that thing will happen tomorrow. Let it happen now. Because what Mr. Donald Trump is doing against Nigeria, throwing this bomb, it will look like, I beg, anything will burn this country down. Can we reduce some evil we are doing so that this country will not burn down? But this weekend and all these guys, they don't care. So what I think from this Abuja election, if the obedient, only the people I can respect in this system is the obedient people, not the ADC, the criminal capacity. I'm not talking about the obedient movement should think, the revolutionists, those people, they should think how to strategize, either to boycott the election, because what is going to happen will be the result of the election have rigged. And when you come out to protest, the new tear gas is on time. Maybe some of us don't understand. Another type of new tear gas is on time, because when they tear gas you, you will not come back. It's not the former tear gas, the tear gas you were at that time during Mazen and the Kano protest. So they run and you go another place. They tear gas them there. This one, when they tear gas you, this one, the kind of tear gas they bring in, you will not come back. They say that one they took for throat. This one. So instead of coming back, maybe to do the same thing and they get the same result and you keep on shouting? Can we decide to do it once? Everybody to your tent, O Israel. Thank you. To serve life. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Thank you, Che, for that. Sure, you're next.
I haven't followed the election. I've seen a few results, just checking online now. Some of them, I mean, for a change, the from EC8A are very clear. I've not seen anything shaded and painted and looking, scruffy. Some of them you see APC landslide, and the next one you see it's ADC landslide. So it's like,
so be
if ADC
patient.
is winning.
Be patient.
I know. But for now, the ones I've seen, they look decent. And I know that anybody who claims to love Nigeria should like what I've seen so far based on the form EC8A. But there are a certain set of Nigerians that this sort of clear forms that everybody can read, it doesn't please them. It doesn't work for them. There are many of them, Nigerians. They claim to love Nigeria, but at some point you have to question their love for Nigeria. The electoral reform, when they said, oh, we cannot transmit in real time, they are the same set of people that were happy. Even if shame wouldn't let them say it out loud, they were happy about it because they know that if that doesn't happen, it works for them. When the NEPA people, whatever they're called in Abuja, yesterday sent out the circular to say, we're going to cut your light from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. They were happy. They said, we're showing you politics. You can't claim to love Nigeria and celebrate that they're going to, this is gangster, that we're going to take off your light. So when the people started complaining, then the people said, oh, okay, the power suppliers said, the distributor said, oh, we'll move it forward. We'll do it another day. How can you celebrate that and say that's politics? They're teaching you politics. What sort of love for Nigeria is that? We'll cheat you. That's basically what you're saying. It's the same people who would see violence during an election and say, oh, it's a young democracy. As if that's an excuse for violence. They won't condemn it. And if you tell them there's violence, they'll say, how about that place? Whataboutism. Condemn violence everywhere during elections. I've said it many times. We can't be having elections and people are losing their lives. APC had something internal, and 4 of them died, were killed. And these are the sort of things we celebrate and we say, we'll show you politics. Your brothers and sisters are being unalived. You're saying you're showing people politics. Stop. You're saying you're showing people politics. At some point, you have to stop yourself and say, we cannot carry. See, it doesn't matter who wins. Have an election, 1 man, 1 vote. If Tinubu wins the next election, so be it. Tinubu is in charge now. We're all dealing with whatever he's doing. World Bank are saying he's doing a fantastic job. I clap for him. I'm happy. Let him carry on board. This idea of we'll show you politics, we'll teach you politics. This is not a game. It's people's lives involved. So when you start saying you're going to show people, you will teach them, they will know politics. Wike was telling them, if you vote for us, I'll do more roads. What? Out of benevolence with his money? They said IREV. They started telling us last election, IREV is a viewing portal. I get that. But people try to tell you that you should not believe what you see with your eyes. So this form EC8A that is being scanned and put on IREV, they tell you don't believe it. That it's just you have to wait. Yes, we get it. You go to the collation center. But you're telling me that the vote, it's the trickles that make the big votes. The 10,000 votes doesn't come from one place. So if they vote in front of my house and somebody scores 60, somebody scores 10, and that goes on everywhere, that is what you collate. But they tell you don't believe anything you see on the form EC8A until we collate, because they know what happens at the collation center. So they tell people so that you start thinking, oh, okay, I shouldn't believe everything. Oh, all these small results that are trickling in, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't matter. Of course it matters. Do you understand? So when people start saying we'll teach you, we'll play politics, I get it. Politics has to be played, but not at the expense of people's lives. How are we different from the people who complain about, oh, the colonizers, oh, So we complain about them, but we are doing it to each other. People would lose their lives because of elections, and it's okay with you. If you say something, they say you're crying. No, people are dying. If they took out your nephew in Nigeria, you probably cry. But because it doesn't touch you, it doesn't concern you, and you think it's okay. For how long? It's not a game. And the people playing the game, look at them today. They were saying teamship. Tinubu said unbreakable teamship. Where's El-Rufai today? It doesn't last forever. If they told Emefiele that he will be carrying Bible now to court every day, he would argue. It was untouchable. I said it when El-Rufai was tweeting that they want to arrest him. They can't. I said, go and get El-Rufai the biggest Quran you can get. He will need it, bigger than Emefiele's Bible. And they want there to be, they will face the same thing when the time comes. If you see someone like Pabio today, is a free man. If you see someone like who was another criminal that has joined APC, like Oshiomole said, you join us, we forgive your sins. People see such things and it doesn't bother them. Nothing in them thinks this is not right. If this Kaduna guy, if he plays ball tomorrow, they will leave him. And people will say, yes, he's back in the fold, he's repented, So all these things that we do, I think if you're being paid, it's different. It's a gig. You do what you have to do. But for those of us who are not paid, just the regular commentators, just the regular guy, and you are backing these sort of things because my team, it's not Chelsea, Barcelona. It's people's lives that are being affected by these decisions. I wish Nigerians well. They affect me. If you say I'm crying, it's okay. I've said it here once, and I will say it again. In any currency, I don't brag. I'm a big boy. I'm okay. So this cry thing that you talk about, I have no intentions to run for office. I have friends who've run for office, some won, some lost. It doesn't bother me. So I'm not crying. And if I'm crying for my brothers and sisters who will be affected by these things. But for some of you, it's a game. Okay.
Sorry, Show. Are you saying you didn't cry when Lookman was hammering Barcelona 2 weeks ago?
Oh, that felt bad. That felt really bad. But I was happy for Lookman. Lookman is our brother.
I wanted to be sure about
I'm happy for him. Yeah, I'm happy. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. I guess, sure, you are responding to somebody on the comment section.
Not just, I even have friends, personal friends who support APC. They've texted me, oh, this, you support your show that you go to, that you talk about Nigeria, you see, they will show you politics. It's not by online ranting. What you call online ranting? So when you say your own is not ranting,
sure.
When somebody else says it,
sure, you don't need to you don't need to explain. Some people believe that distributing cocaine for Tinubu in the US is part of the show. So they feel that Tinubu kept them to be moving cocaine from Atlanta to Miami. They felt that that is a means of livelihood. Every week they come here and be disgracing themselves. If you pretend to come and speak, they will cover their face in the hope that the FBI or maybe NACO in America won't get them. But that is by the way anyway.
All right, thank you.
You'll be fine in the end.
Yeah, KJ, you don't look happy. Are we okay? You're muted. You have to mute yourself.
Yeah, okay. Rudolph, I am tired of Nigerian politics, honestly. I was just speaking to a friend of mine who is a journalist, one of newspapers. She's on ground, and she just told me that she has given up. She has given up from what she sees going on in the polling stations and all that. I don't know how
anything different from what we know happens in elections.
No, it's the level of manipulation going on in the system. The level of money. You see, Abuja election used to be a bit, less of money. But since she's been monitoring election and Abuja, she has not seen like this before. People are beaten up, people are prevented. It's just that some part of FCT, the police, is helping to reduce that level. I don't know if it's surprising that the police is even acting to try to reduce people's money interference and all that. We can say we'll give it to the police for that, but like Sho just said, at the end of the day, they're going to get into a room and do what they need to do. We said so here on this channel that haven't done that work in River State. He's going to bring this guy to the center stage to use what he used in turning around the result in River State to do it for him in the FCT and around Nigeria, and indeed the Southeast. The truth remains, anybody who thinks that a gentleman will win election in Nigeria is just fooling himself.
Am I audible first?
Yeah, you are.
And I've said this many times, and that's my quarrel. And I know that Dr. Mo is not a pushover, and he has a lot of people like him in FCT who are, who will take on the bull. But I don't know if they were able to take on this bull, because this bull will desire or will require a much matured, more, on the ground people who will be able to do the work. It's not going to go for a gentleman, and it's not going to go and wait for government, go to the court. It will not work. It will never work, and it's not going to work. So anybody who's relying on the fact that we're going to go out, vote, go back, and then go to court, you have just lost. It is a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. If they think they have monopoly of violence, you let them know that, the masquerade does not stay only in one man's house. Anybody can wear the masquerade. And so it's not, there's, in my community where they dance masquerade dance every year, I mean, most time when they say the men's year, it's not one person that wears the masquerade. Every year, somebody wears, a different person comes to wear it. So you cannot say, oh, I'm the chief wearer of this masquerade. So, I mean, Wike should be taught a very good lesson. And majority of people in FCT can do that if they decide to put themselves together. But if they do what I'm seeing now, playing 1-1, it will not go that way. And that's my pain. My pain is that Dr. Rudolph, of all your effort, is coming to almost nuts. So I don't know whether we should continue discussing or just turn it to a gist session. We discuss life and discuss development in the atmosphere, discuss science, just discuss human relation, like what we used to have that Miss Me of those days used to have in Nigeria. What that
Ezekiel?
Yes, maybe that's what we should turn the show to, because that way we'll not really be having any expectation that people are going to change, because people in the FCT are going to collect 1,000 naira to vote for APC. Does it make sense? Even the 1,000 naira collecting will not take you back to your house. So you see that the brain of the individuals is fogged. Their brain is fogged. They can't think any longer. Because look at me as a whole man standing at the voting booth. You come and offer me 1,000 naira. Even if you offer me 10,000 naira, even if you offer me 30, how long will that do anything for you in Abuja? So I hope and I pray that they realize that it is their lives. You see, Rudolph, my biggest pain a while back was that I keep telling every time I have an opportunity to speak to people, I say, you guys make one mistake. Every 4 years is taken out of your life. It's not going to come back. So if you say, let's just give him another 4 years, that 4 years is taken from your life. So if God has given you 70 years to live, you give him 4 years, you have reduced your years to 66. If you give him another 4 years, you have reduced your years of being able to do and be impactful or do anything meaningful for yourself or your family. You have reduced it for 8 years. So you now have 62. And then if they double it by 16, you have taken away 16 years of your life. And unfortunately, some people don't see it that way. Why will I give you 16 years of my life because you gave me 60,000 naira? Why should I do that? And then somebody calls you a shithole country and you are complaining. In fact, you are worse than a shithole country, because shitholes. There's a post somebody made. So I was reading this morning. He said she is somewhere abroad and she was apologizing to Nigerians that it's unfortunate. They just want to apologize. They've not been able to see good government, and they may not be able to see good government. They may not be able to enjoy good leadership, and they may have been able to enjoy good leadership. They've not been able to enjoy good road, and they may have been able to enjoy good road. They've not been able to enjoy good electricity, and they may never. They will live and die and never be able to enjoy electricity. I saw Ojus Okalu posting that he is now trying to bring a Chinese company that will give Nigeria light, that will solve Nigerian problem forever. And I wrote under the comments, first start from your village. Start from your village, then we know you are going to be able to do it. My village, we are from the same place. We don't have light, we don't have any of those. So let him first show us in a small community before bringing it to the whole nation of Nigeria. And that is the thing we are saying. Rudolph, imagine, let's face the facts. No matter what you say of the United States, the man is making sure that the next generation of Americans are not going to live in penury. Okay? He's already creating a level playing ground for them that will put them ahead of others. Whether you like it or not, he's going to leave after 4 years. But whatever he achieves now, those people coming in will be fighting for it. It's like taking grounds. When you take grounds, the only thing that when it comes to justice, when it comes to people trying to now argue, they only say, okay, yes, you have grabbed 100. We want you to leave, just leave 20, take 80. But before that time, you were 30. That is what we fail to understand in Africa, especially Nigeria, especially the kind of leadership we have, especially with someone like Tinubu, who is only concerned about what will come to him and his family, irrespective of whatever anybody feels. He's not doing this because he wants to help Nigeria. Nigeria is already in trouble. The economy is already in trouble. The monetary policy is already in trouble, except they're not reading the news properly. We are struggling a lot of things now, and it's going to get worse. That's the truth. So anybody who is still deceiving themselves and thinking we are giant of Africa, we are not any giant. We are not any giant. We're not, in fact, the republic by our side is more, even a bigger giant than ourselves. So let's get that and get it cleared. This IMAC, this election going FCT is what is going to play out, in the time to come. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, KJ. Let's go back and see if we can hear Ovie. Ovie, go ahead.
Yes. So where do I go? Where do I go from here?
So we're still talking about the election going on, the counting now, because the elections are over.
Oh, and the election. The election is like the 400 meters. When you bend down to start, they say you're finishing. So I don't know why people they argue, people they surprise. The miracle will be any other person winning outside APC. That would be the miracle. For obvious reason. Because our election cycle, then frame out like the Olympic cycle, now every 4 years. So if you just come from the middle of an Olympic year, say because you be superstar and you won't win them, if it happen. Even if you have the natural tendency. Why? Because hard work beats talent. So now continuous training. And there's a rule called 100 days and 3 years. If you don't get injury and training every day for 100 days, right, you are going to break your personal best. That means you are going to improve your time if you don't get injury. Now, if you feel stay 3 years consistent training without injury, you will make the Olympic finals. But that doesn't mean you are going to win. Because at that final level is beyond, there's a lot that has to come together. Talent one side, but how hard did you work? Did you outwork your opponent? Because it's a competition. Every day that goes by, if you don't do anything, your opponent is doing something. Then the third thing, now, who has the biggest heart? That is where psychologists come into play. People have to, like when you go see, say, doctor surround your opponent just to psych them up. You say you don't give up. Why am I saying this? Since the day where APC take power, what were they doing? They begin to appoint people. Up to today, they say they appoint people. That appointment, what do you think is for? In our climate, So, and again, as we speak, legally, IMF, they always beg Tinubu every now and then, when he go begin share the money, part of the palliative that will supplement the hardship that the subsidy and other policy will bring to Nigerians. And if I check clearly, last week, they come at us, they share over out of 15 million home, whether you want to agree with them or not, money was shared. So that is our reality. That's why they always talk every time. You as a somebody who is an opponent, you have to outwork the man in power. You have no choice. There is no two way about it. Especially when you understand these people, they can do anything. That's why I thought, when would they come out, they protest their rules? It's because they will not understand the reality of the game. Now let them they write their rules. You go protest them, they adjust to their own disadvantage. It will not make sense like that. That's our reality. Does that mean that's how things should be? That's not what I'm saying. But this is our reality. So I don't know why we be surprised, but it's easy for us to blame the common man. The average common man brain don't die. The question is that, when was the last time you actually sit with the common man? How long have you spent with him for the past 3 years? Just because they will come few months to election and begin shout, we think that will change an average person. No. The reality still remains that an average Nigerian, once you wake up, is what do I eat today? How do I survive? Every ideology comes second. So if you don't have the resources to actually put people to work, forget it. So the idea is that, oh, people they shock, Abuja people, no. Just because you see this opposition party member come together few days to the election, begin ginger everybody on television, that doesn't mean it's actually triggering down to the people on the ground. Or how long have they been doing it? But as I said, APC they reach out to individuals that will manipulate the election, that will do whatever you think that will do for them from day one when they take power up to today. They are still doing it. They will see make appointment tomorrow. So that's the reality. So most know they come, they shock, say, oh, APC regulation. They don't say this person could do that. I mean, we are deceiving ourselves, especially if you are an adult Nigeria. Nothing is operation at this point. It is our preparation. I keep saying it. People don't bring change. Only organized people bring change. And organizing is a continuous process. Now, lifetime, because now politics, I said it earlier on, whatever you are today is as the result of other people's political decision. And whatever you are going to be is also going to be based on other people's political decision. It is up to you to stay active and be among those people, anywhere you are. Because decisions are being made every day. Somebody know understand that for conversation they argue. If you leave Nigeria, from America or anywhere in the world, and you achieve whatever the success you think it is, you become a billionaire. Let me just put it that way. It is as the result of the political decision in Nigeria that sped you up to that point. Because if the Nigerian politician no fuck up the system, you for no commot. And again, where you go, if the politicians on ground are not making decisions that actually favor you, you will not be what you are. That's what I'm trying to say. So it is up to you to actually be what you want to see. That's why when Mo come that day, I remember when everybody said, "Oh, you know, go happen anything," you know, say, well, you are not helping anybody, including yourself. And the reason we come here every day is because we are frustrated where we are, not where we are coming from. If we are not frustrated where we are, I swear to God, we're not going to come here every now and then.
Okay.
I'll land on that.
Okay, Ovie, thank you so much. Let me bring
you don't mind, just give me 1 minute. Ovie, Dr. Mo has been campaigning for so long. Don't take it that they were grassroots movement. I know Dr. Mo personally, and I know what they were doing.
I am not saying he's not doing anything.
Hold on.
No. I'm not saying no, they do anything.
You make it look as if they're just waiting in the wings and waiting for no. You only saw this thing because heavy hitters came in at the end, but they have been. Dr. Mo is a grassroots person, has always lived in Abuja for so long. I know him from much younger, more than 20 years from ago. So what are you saying? They have been campaigning. They have been campaigning in the grassroots where it mattered, and that is the reason why we see what we are seeing today in the AMAC. I'm not talking about Kuji and the rest. I'm talking about AMAC. Amak as the city that houses Abuja and the minister.
I agree. So I said two things, right? Opposition they work, but the party in power also doing something. How could do pass go win? Opposition, the party in power are giving appointment and they're sharing money. Can you beat that? That's the point. That's the point I'm making. I'm not saying no, they do anything. I'm not saying they sleep every day. That's not the point I'm making. You have to admit that.
So how are we going to change them? I have a question. How are we going to change them?
You, me, and you. Every one of us.
Hold on, guys.
Every one of us. Not them. Me and you.
Okay.
All right, hold on. Thank you, Ovie. Before we continue, tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, Dr. Franklin Obunweze will join us to talk about Africa's strategic future in this new world order that we're facing and everything that has to do with U.S. troops in Nigeria, the election, and the Munich Security Conference. So tomorrow at 6:30 Nigerian time, 12:30 US time, if you can join us. It's very interesting each time we have it. All right, at this point, I have to take care of something, a connection to tomorrow's show. So I will hand over to, where is my, Chim, yeah, Chim is here. So Chim will moderate and KJ is here to help if Chim runs her into. So I will be back, but let me take care of a few things behind the scene for tomorrow. So the conversation should continue. I think the next person online is supports diaspora voting, which is Loco P, if that is still his name. Loco P, how are you?
Doctor.
Oh, you're on the phone. See, this is, you imagine you're on CNN. CNN gave you opportunity to come and air your view, and you stay on the phone when. Anderson Cooper is trying to talk to you, and you're on the phone.
No. I was trying to talk to Prince Charles, or sorry, King Charles.
But, King Charles. All right. Okay, so I'll be back. Chim, thank you so much for taking over, and I see some people back in. We'll bring you guys in when I leave. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Rudolph. So, Loco P, quickly, we just want to round off on the what your views and thoughts are on the local government elections in Abuja.
To be honest, I have no view. Let me know because you know where
you want to pass.
Not that I have any view. Like I decided just to not to follow up because I think as a matter of fact, since all the election, all the hula baloo, demonstrations I've seen in Abuja, I'm not really seeing any Abuja person apart from maybe Showori or those people who are always leading the demonstration in Abuja. I would really want to see Abuja indigents, you understand, come out to take this, because this is their dwelling, you understand, not foreigners who don't come from Abuja. They live there because maybe by virtue they live in Abuja. They are the ones taking the lead demonstration against the government, either local or federal, whatever. What about the Abuja indigents? Where are they? As in, don't they have somebody there from there to
Okay, look, can I correct something? I'm not sure. Yeah. Okay, maybe I shall allow you finish and I'll correct something. Go ahead.
No, because I don't know if there's anybody, a Abuja indigenous person. Okay, maybe you might say Dr. Mo. You understand? But I'm looking for somebody like this, maybe Showore kind of person, Aisha Yusuf kind of person that maybe might not be vying for any position, to come out and take this leadership in demonstration. This is our town, this is my state, this is my city. I can't allow any whatever to happen. You understand? I haven't seen for long. If you say maybe Dr. Mo because he's contesting for local government election, or like somebody said he has been on the ground from the February back, but I've not been seeing him there until 2023 when Vitabi came out. I started seeing Mo doing his thing, but before then I haven't. So because of that, I was Abuja police, they'll still do what they do. You understand? People in Abuja, they have long arms to do what they do in other states, talk less of doing what they want to do in where they dwell in Abuja. So I just wish the guy well. I wish him to win. And in fact, for me, I'm not really angry with politicians. I'm angry with the electorate because today it happened again today. In the previous election, they were sharing 5,000, 10,000. It comes back so you are not so cheap that you can even go for 1,000. That's what your life don't dabaru. So they one kid and one concealer, except maybe they want to collect the money and eat it too and vote their conscience. So maybe, but to see people still looking for 1,000. Like, come on, man. Like, I just like arrest my case. My problem is not even with Nigerian politicians anymore. It's just with the people. Because the people are even frustrating me, because the more I'm even fighting or cursing out the politicians, for who? Somebody else still go and betray me and be collecting 1K to go and do the voting. Like, that's why we're in this circle, never ending. You talk and talk and talk, fight and fight and fight. Same thing still happens because the politicians know, talk your talk, we know who will target. So those electorate that you think you are fighting for, they don't even have your back. So why stressing yourself? You know?
Okay. All right.
Hence,
So
I'm down for this diaspora voting because Nigerian voters, they don't disappoint me over and over and over. So that's left for me.
All right. Thanks, Loco P. Sorry, Mr. James, before I come to you and then to Ify. So just want to address a few things that Loco said. So Loco, is a hypothetical question. You don't have to answer because I'll give the answer. Can you remember, do you know one of the reasons, major reasons why the FCT was moved away from Lagos to Abuja?
Okay. First, to my own knowledge, when the people, what this guy from Delta State,
you will not give long story. I just want short so that we can move on.
No, when the head of state life was threatened now, Babangida.
No.
You know the Boru story.
Okay, so I guess the head of state you are trying to mention is Babangida. The federal capital had been moved away from Lagos to Abuja way before Babangida dreamt of being president of Nigeria.
Okay, I don't know that story.
The decision was taken in the 70s, around 75, 76.
Oh, really?
And then they started building it. And one of the things was they didn't want a federal capital that would be linked to any ethnic group anymore. That was why when they went to Abuja, they resettled the original owner of land elsewhere. It's supposed to be a melting point. So the whole idea was, at the aftermath of the Civil War, one moved the federal capital to somewhere central. Two, for security reasons, people felt federal capital being in Lagos.
Security at the border security. I also heard that the border security.
And then Lagos has started becoming congested. But the one I want to dwell on, because of something you said, is the fact that they wanted it to be somewhere that had this unity. Nobody's going to claim is their place. So the concept of indigenship is not supposed to be happening in a modern day Abuja anymore. We don't want to be having the things we're hearing in Lagos, where some people is claiming it's our land, no man's
Lagos is our land.
That anymore. So why am I saying this? Many of the people who have
hold on, sorry to say, if that be the case from what you said, good premise anyway, but why are they still cutting Abuja with northern,
because you see, the military tried to do a good job, but ended up doing a bad job. The good job they tried to do, listen, give or take, the military tried to be as unitary in terms of collaborative or carrying everybody along. However, at some point, they also failed. These guys in Agbada are the ones who have come in and have started saying this place is our land. That's why you hear a lot of Northerners insisting that whoever will be senator in Abuja must be somebody who has a Northern background. During the military era, the people who were chairman of Abuja Municipal Council and other were not necessarily Northerners. Quote me, I can't mention names of people that I don't want to mention their names. AMAC, for instance, for a long time, Igbo people were the ones chairman of AMAC for a pretty long time because they just allowed people who had good interest to develop the place to be the people who rule. But if we're going back to this thing that the indigenous people should know, then Nigeria is totally failed. That's the point I wanted to bring out. So Abuja is not supposed to, we're not supposed to be hearing where are the indigenous? The indigenous should be the one. No.
They are Moliles.
Yes, run away from that.
Sorry, but I think there was a time, was it not where the indigenous came out? Like they were demonstrating like
so I said they resettled them. Remember that time they resettled them, they took away land from them and they resettled them so that they will not be claiming anything about Abuja anymore. That's the whole idea.
Yeah.
As everything in Nigeria, somehow we go backwards. So guys, I just wanted to point that out before I give the other people.
Yes. This one to it, Chief. One of the reasons they took it to that place far away from like the shores is because of foreign intervention, right?
Security, for security reasons.
So that was also involved.
All right.
Made enough for water enter.
Someone will talk to me when they came Abuja again. That's a very hard one to sell because imagine say it happened to your village, right?
But this government does its job well, very well. That won't happen. That's the point.
You're right. That's it. Okay, I agree.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Aside from that, Kim, this was agreed upon. It's not as if somebody woke up and just jumped at it. It was agreed upon. It was one of the reasons why Abuja was moved. Moved from Lagos to Abuja. It was agreed upon that it's not going to have indigeneship. That is in the Nigerian constitution.
Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on, please, guys. So, Mr. James, you were trying to say something before I come to Ife.
Oh, why don't let Ife speak first?
Okay.
All right. Yes.
Is Ife hearing us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I'm so sorry.
He reached the last.
What we're discussing.
He reached the laugh.
Oh boy. I'm sorry. I've been listening. In fact, Nigeria, I don't know what to say at this point. I am fed up. When I say that I'm fed up, I am fed up. But let me say just one thing. You see, the problem of Nigeria is not the leaders. The problem of Nigeria is the citizens. They are the problem. When you're talking about rigging the election, when you're talking about vote buying, it's not the leaders. The people doing this are just ordinary citizens like me and you, sitting down here. I heard when somebody was saying 1,000, 5,000 and all that stuff. These people, they need to be educated. If you're talking to somebody in the north and you give them something like 5,000, that's a lot of money to, some of them. But for me and you that are sitting here every day talking, we're educated. We know that 5,000, 1 million won't even do anything for us. We come here every day and talk about the same thing, and that's the same thing I keep saying. How do we move this country forward? We've seen that this democracy doesn't work for us, and it's not going to work for us. I've said it so many times. It's not working. It's not going to work. The only way it will work is just the way it is working now, is favoring the people in power. Again, I say it over and over again. I don't hate Tinubu, but if Tinubu sure he won the election of 2023, why all these shenanigans going on? Why all these? What's wicked going from Port Harcourt to Abuja, Abuja to Port Harcourt, going back and forth just to rig election? With all that energy, do you know the energy these people waste in doing all these things? If they put the same energy in fixing Nigeria, they will live longer. Why are you having sleepless nights over election? That even if you rig after 4 years, you'll be out of work. Nobody will remember you again. And the question you're going to ask yourself, what legacy are you guys leaving? Most of us here, if I count all of us here, if not all of us, we are all in diaspora, where life may be better for us, where we have constant power, constant water, constant good roads, and everything, all the social amenities. We can go to the hospital for one thing or the other, and we'll be fine. What can we do? The democracy is not working for us in Nigeria. If Nigeria is turning into one political party, and the president hurriedly signed the electoral reform under 24 hours without debating it on the floor. So what's the essence of us talking about 2027 election?
No, but point of correction, the thing was debated.
That's not a debate. That's what I mean. Well, that's not a debate. We saw what happened. We saw what happened with the House.
What kind of debate are you expecting?
Of course, you know what I mean. We saw what happened with the House of Reps. Overwhelmingly, they said no. That's the corruption I'm talking about in Nigeria. That's not a debate. If you come to think about it, that's not debate. So democracy is not going to work for us until we figure out what is going to work for us in Nigeria. We are not going anywhere. The corruption in Nigeria is massive. You can hear some of these content creators.
I'm going to cut you short. I don't want us to just keep repeating those things anymore, so that we can go to other topics. But what I want to bring out is this: two things you said. I'm coming, Loco P. With Mr.
No. Please take me backstage.
Okay. All right. So I'll do that. Yeah. So the point I want to make is this: I don't want us to come and just keep repeating corruption. Tinubu is this, Tinubu is that. For me personally, one of the things you've mentioned, which I agree with you to an extent, but I'm no longer making excuses for. There are poor people everywhere in the world. There are people who are struggling and hungry everywhere, even in organized Western societies. In the US where you live, there are people who live under the bridge. In Canada where I live, we may not have people living under the bridge, but we have people who are in shelter homes. But let me say something. Many people in those places, they vote. During elections, they go and they vote their consciences. They do not vote because of $1,000 or $200 a politician offers them. In the first instance, no politician is going to do that. That would be breaching the electoral rules, and you will be sanctioned and removed. And you might even face jail time. However, please tell me what is wrong in collecting 1,000 naira if you are that desperate. I'm going to vote your conscience. Why are we always making excuses for Nigerians who take money to vote? I'm tired, and I think we should be tired of telling us that the psyche of the Nigerian is dead or he's hungry. What hunger? Is he stupid enough not to realize that 1,000 naira is what he's going to spend that day and that's the end? And the guy who gave him the 1,000 naira will move on. Why is that the difficult rationality to come to or realization to come to? Do you need to go to Harvard to learn that? You don't. So please, Nigerians should sit down and enjoy whatever woto they have decided to accept. I make no excuses for anybody who takes 1,000 or 100 naira anymore. It doesn't, there's just no sense. It should be logical to you. I almost spoke Igbo now. Any 1,000 naira, but
Chim, don't you think we are over addressing that? How many people they feel pay? Let's face the fact.
That conversation. People are doing what they want to do.
So these ideas that they pay.
Were they actually giving people 1,000 naira?
Exactly.
1,000. That can't be true.
I don't want to do that anymore.
1,000 is for a bottle of Coke now, Abi.
So that's not why they are rigging or winning, no, because how many people that pay.
Okay, so Mr. James needs to make a contribution, and then we'll move to the next topic quickly so that we can maximize the time. Mr. James, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much today for giving me a second chance. I want to add credence to what Mr. V has been hammering on. The political parties, they are not doing their work. This is why the electoral system is messed up. Now, they need to get down to the people's level. Let me explain it this way. When Awolowo was forming his Unity Party of Nigeria, he started with what he called Club 19, because there were 19 states in the federation then. They were behind the scene, unknown to people. The work of Club 19 was to sell the manifesto, the programs of the party to the people. So they went behind the scene to traditional rulers, traditional councils. I remember in Benin City those days, a man called Yari was among them. They were able to sell the programs to people, convince them, if you vote for us, your children will not pay school fees. Now, when it was time for the election, they came to Exhibition Center in Benin, which is now called the Road Motor Hall at Ring Road. People sat them down to really find out if they'll be doing what they promised them. The number of children they want to train in Benin State free of charge, they mentioned the number. Where will the teachers come from? They mentioned where they get the teachers. They promised 4 colleges of education, which they established. Benin State University, everything, they work it out, and they saw the programs while it was still Club 19. Then when they lifted the ban on political parties, they transformed Club 19 into Unity Party of Nigeria. So when it was time, they've already done their groundwork, and the people have already known what these people have got for us. Now, there is an election going on in Abuja. What are their manifestos? Tell me, this man they call Dr. Mo, I have nothing against him because I don't know him. What are his manifestos? What groundwork has he made? He appeared on this program some time ago. He was talking about sanitation. If I asked him, how many tons of solid waste do they produce in Abuja every day? I will not be alarmed to find out that he's not aware. How will you process this waste? Will you turn it to fertilizer? Will you build incinerators? How much will it cost? quite a lot of groundwork. He hasn't done these things. When it is time for election, they come and bamboozle the people with grammar. We will do this, we will do that. We'll make he go to be pregnant. We do quite a lot of rubbish. At the end of the day, they want to win. It's not possible. Look at Egypt. The Islamic Brotherhood, they won the election in Egypt some time ago through the same tactics. They went underground, following all the mosque and imam and Islamic scholars. They were able to convince them. They got to the grassroots. In Iran, when the Ayatollah was in exile in France, his foot soldiers were doing the work for him before he returned in 1979. In Algeria, when there was an election there, the Peace Party was about to win. The military was very surprised because they took them unawares. They were not aware of the groundwork the Peace Party was doing. When it was time to declare the election, they annulled it and it plunged the country into a civil war. There are a lot of instances. Nigerian politicians are very far from the people. I don't know what they are. I mean, Peter B, for example, is telling me from production to consumption to production. What are you producing? Where will the money come from? What quantity will you produce? They are not telling us enough. And lastly, in 1970, during Omoboreowo's time, in Shagari's time, in Ondo State, the election was messed up. Omoboreowo and Michael Ajashi. When they messed up the election, the people rose spontaneously. Nobody mobilized. It's as if it was pre-planned. It was not pre-planned because the Unity Party had already sold their programs to these people. They know what to expect. We did not vote for this man. The Nigerian politicians must change their modus operandi. If not, this problem will continue. So this is the point I want to make. Our politicians are grossly irresponsible. Let's take it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. But just one little clarification. Were you saying, did I hear you right? The Muslim Brotherhood did a lot of groundwork to be able to win, yes, right? Okay.
Correct.
And then they were forcefully taken out of power, right?
Correct.
Okay, so is that not undemocratic to say that people went to the grassroots, mobilized? Yes, I know that they stand for what is not necessarily good for a secular society or for everybody, but they did their groundwork. They won an election and they marched. Will it be right to say you are removing them from power illegally?
I'm not emphasizing their removal from power. What I mean is, how were they able to gain power? Nigerian politicians like Peter Obi and others, they want political power, and they're using the tactics Bola Tinubu is using. So they cannot remove Bola Tinubu by using his own tactics. They need to use a different tactics. The people don't understand what this man has in mind. After all, he's one of them. He's an integral part of the system.
All right.
He has moved the party to, I mean, if he has nothing in common with them, why is he fraternizing with them? So these are things running through people's minds. You need to clear their minds. Okay,
all right.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Before we move on, why I asked that question, sir, is if any political leaning does a groundwork and that groundwork produces getting them to power, I do not subscribe to the military taking them out, because right now, democracy is dead in Egypt, for instance, and we're back to the days of Mubarak. It is just not Mubarak in office anymore. It is now LCC. If Nigerians or Egyptians, they see a troublemaking group of people and choose to bring those people to office, let them enjoy what they have brought to office.
No, don't use the Galadima style. The Galadima style
that's my view. So I was never a support.
Galadima is among those who plunged us into this problem.
I agree with you, sir. What I am saying is I want Nigerians to determine who gets to power. If Nigerians see a drug lord and genuinely the drug lord campaigns and wins, enjoy your drug lord. What I do not want
the election that brought Bola Tinubu to office is not the will of the people.
I agree with you. I agree with you, sir. What I'm saying is, using your analogy, using Egypt as an example, the Muslim Brotherhood did not rig an election. The Muslim Brotherhood took time to do a campaign and they won votes.
That's the point he's making.
That's the point I'm making.
That's the point James is making too.
Oh, is that the point he's making? But he's
yes.
Okay, let's move on. Go on to track the matter. So, comparable facts and Masca, welcome. Unfortunately, I'm not going to give you people a chance to speak on this topic because I want us to get out of it and move
on. Masca
live in Abuja. Masca live in Abuja. I think he has more. He's more credible than all of us.
Next topic. See what I want to do, guys. Listen, please. I need your
cooperation. Bro, me, I did here. I never talk. Oh, you dey call another people.
Chim, Masca lived in Abuja. Masca voted.
You're disorganizing the show. Please listen to this. I want us to move to the next topic. If we dwell on this one, before you know it, it is 3 hours, I will shut it down. I'm not here to spend beyond 3 hours. Trust me. What I want us to do is let's move to the next topic. Masca can educate us on the previous topic and then talk on the next topic. Localization, you can do the same thing and manage your time. But for us to sit on that one, we'll just sit down here and we'll not move forward. And then
but I'm next anyway. I'm next. All this way they call.
No, make I go now. Fast forward. All right. So the other thing we need to talk about today is, I'm not sure in which order we should do that. Should we talk about El-Rufai, or should we talk about
Eze, please?
We will come to the Eze. Eze will sneak in one way or the other. Trust me.
Okay.
I want to be able to look at the El-Rufai situation. So I was hoping to play a video. Unfortunately, it's in.
Tim, can you give me a minute or so? I need to comment on this Nigerian.
Brother, don't jump the queue, please. People are here before you.
What I want to
let us follow that. This problem where they complain. We for cure and here first. One jump queue. After I go, they blame politicians.
Voila.
Okay, guys, I'm going to beg everybody, mute yourself. You can only unmute yourself when it's your turn to talk. If it's not your turn to talk, don't keep your audio on. You're distracting, or sometimes background noises in your own section.
The problem is follow the rule. Follow that. If not, they complain of
colonization. You are not helping matters. You are not helping matters. I have not called anybody yet. I go remove you. This is what they do. I don't like them.
Brother, you feel remove me, but if you are blaming the politicians, don't do the same thing. You are doing the same thing. Remove me if you like.
Have I called anybody yet? I'm still trying to make a view, and you keep interjecting each time. What kind of thing is this?
Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
I've never seen this guy. And that's that we want to change Nigeria. We just can't wait. I don't get it. All right, so comparable will come to you. But I want us to talk about this El-Rufai situation. Today he is campaigning against Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I hope I can play this video if I can, but I'll give somebody the right to start talking and then I'll look for the video. So he's been accused of a security breach, which we all know of, in that he said he knows somebody who wiretapped the NSA's phone calls because they wanted to arrest him. And then he's also accused the NSA of importing some dangerous substances, allegedly that they want to use to silence opposition leaders. And on top of that, there are people who are taking him to court because of his time and place and role when he was governor. So, comparable facts. I would like you to start with you, and then we'll go around. What's your view on this? You have. Okay. I'm going to give everybody 3 minutes. 3 minutes, and we'll move to the next. If you want to use your 3 minutes to talk about the other thing you want to talk about, fair enough. But after 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to use my 3-minute judiciary. I'm greeting everybody, but I'm going to use the first minute of my to talk about the poverty level in Nigeria. I think what has actually happened, I had everybody speaking, and everybody's right on their own context. I think Nigeria has used poverty to maintain the hegemony that we have today. Why is that? Nigeria is ranked about 54% global in terms of poverty level. And why are they doing this? I mean, they use vote buying, patronage politics. We have weak public service. That's the political narrative they use to control the whole thing. You know, and you have political godfather. Or those things are part of the problem. But probably the most important thing is low political education and accountability. The Nigerians people are not educated when it comes to, you know, politics, and there's no accountability. So that's why we see this vote buying, the corruption, you know, in voting and everything. Until we actually eliminate some of these educated people, this is not going to work in Nigeria. So let me pivot to the topic he asked me. What El-Rufai did, in my own opinion, you know, because he's a very bold person, and we know his antecedent when he was the governor of Kaduna State. He was never a fan of mine. But I beg to be different about the selective. I think Tinubu, you know, what Tinubu is doing in Nigeria right now is called tyranny. You know, that's exactly what he's doing in Nigeria. I mean, he claimed to be so-called Democrat, but he's using his tyranny to run the country. Let's not mistake about that, because it's happening, you know, selective service. Look at Kwankwaso, look at El-Rufai. I'm not here to defend El-Rufai, okay? So let me tell you what it is. I mean, he should be held accountable. But how about the people in the APC? I mean, you have the one from Kaduna State, you know, is trying to run for the Senate right now. Nobody's talking about it. A lot of corrupt people in this party, nothing's happening. That's my only issue I have. Even Kwankwaso is working. They need to give us evidence that Kwankwaso, you know, is part of the terrorist sponsor or whatever. So we don't really know what happened. How did he make Nigeria? How did he make American list? Is that part of the 9 billion or 9 million lobby? Is that where that came in? I'm not defending him. If he actually was included in that, yeah, he needs to be held accountable. That's the way I see it. But I don't trust this government, because they know Kwankwaso may be moving to ADC. They are trying to truncate any other opposition, you know, in order to maintain their hegemony in that country. That's exactly where we are right now. But speaking about El-Rufai, my opinion, what he said was very atrocious. You know, he needs to be held accountable. You know, you can't just come out and say you tap their, you know, you tap their phone. You know, the powder they use and everything. You know, you need to bring evidence. But in my own opinion, the onus is on the federal government. If he claims that, you know, he tapped their phone, let them prove it. You know, that he did. You know, that he tapped their phone. It's for them to prove it. So the bottom line I'm trying to make, I'm very annoyed when it comes to Nigerian politics. It's about the selectiveness that they're actually doing in order to remain in power. That's where we are right now. So let it be whatever it may be, but let it be against everybody, not just your opposition party. I mean, Malami is one example. Is Malami probably the worst criminal in Nigeria? Yes, he is. But why selective? Because they know he may go to APC, El-Rufai, Kwankwaso, and some other things. That is the only angle that I'm against. But if they commit anything, which they probably did, let them be answerable to the law, but not just people going to the ADC or the opposition party. That, you know, that's my opinion. Thank you.
All right, thank you, comrade brother. You were exactly on time. I appreciate that. So before I go to the next person, just to help us with context, because I needed to find this, I would like us to watch this so that when we are repudiating or supporting what the man did, we can have a bit of context. Just let's watch this.
The host and governor of Kaduna State, so I will not campaign for my candidate. But you all know who it is. It is Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and by the grace of God, the next president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. When the northern APC governors met one Saturday evening and took a position that we insist that in our party, power must rotate to the south. We did so out of the understanding of our sense of history. We always ask ourselves as northern governors, what would Sir Ahmadu Bello do in the circumstances? What would Tafawa Balewa do? What would Aminu Kano do before we take a position? Because we are the inheritors of that legacy. The 19 northern governors and the minister of FCT are the direct inheritors of the legacy of Ahmadu Bello Sardauna of Sokoto, Allah ya masa rahama. We are conscious of that burden of responsibility, and that is why when we debate to take decisions, we have these illustrious sons of northern Nigeria as our reference point. And we took that position without regard to the interests of some people who insisted that after 8 years of President Buhari's tenure, he should be succeeded by yet another northerner. We felt as northern governors that this is not in our character. We are not like that. We are people of honor and justice. This is what our grandfathers did. This is what our parents, some of whom are sitting here, did. And it is our duty to protect the sacred word of any northern politician. When we say we'll do something, it doesn't have to be written. We do it, we deliver on it. And that's how we started the process of delivering Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We are confident that with the collective support of all of us, with the directed wisdom of our elders, with the energy of our youths, and the compassion of our women in northern Nigeria, we will make Nigeria great again. So I assure you, whatever you see here is real. We do not pretend. We have received you because we believe in you. And we will continue to do so till the very end, until you are declared the president by the grace of God. On this note, I thank the organizers once again.
Okay, we heard that. When they say something, they deliver on it, and they delivered Tinubu to Nigerians. So now he has delivered Tinubu to Nigerians, and in one breath, he is accusing Tinubu of corruption, accusing Tinubu of trying to kill him, and all those things. So I want to follow in that order and we go around.
I don't want
Do
to
you think
that.
You don't want to talk about him?
No.
Okay. All right. So Yakubu, welcome to the show. We haven't heard from you. So Yakubu, you watched the video. What's your take when it comes to the El-Rufai of that day and the El-Rufai of this day now that is moving from EFCC to ICPC, from ICPC to DSS?
Good evening, Chim. Good evening, other panelists, Dexter, Tony, KJ, Bebelo, OBE, Comparable Facts, Ife, Mr. James. Well, the difference between then and now is life presidency. Because for me, if I understand Nigeria, it means I'm mad. I'm not mad yet. So the truth of the matter is that Tinubu has already laid the foundation for life presidency, and he's not taking any captives, no prisoners. You either join him or you are off completely. That's just what is happening right now. Let's call a spade a spade. To start with, the House of Rep, played along. First, they laid, a bait of, real-time transmission to see the reaction from the people. They watched the people that came out to protest, counted the figures, whilst the Senate played, the bad cop by ensuring that Manuel was hanging in there just to see what the reaction would be. Eventually, the House of Rep came back and said they were convinced by the argument put forward by the Senate and decided to go along with what the Senate wants. And then you're telling me that you can understand Nigeria. If you tell me you understand Nigeria, then you're crazy. Because the truth of the matter is this: the moment El-Rufai declares that he is now back into APC, they will gladly clean every dirt on him. He will be as new as a born again, as far as they are concerned. And he will be given a very good position to settle in, and all things shall be passed away. That's just the way it is with APC. So what they were saying as far as 2023, that they consulted and all that, and who did they consult? Because I don't hear most of the youths on the street in northern Nigeria saying we were consulted and we agreed that we wanted Tinubu to be in government. No, they did not consult anybody. They consulted themselves. They sat down among themselves and decided to perpetuate themselves in power. That was exactly what happened. Unfortunately, some of them got it. Some others didn't get it. Like him today, he didn't get it. He didn't get the memo that he had to play along with certain people, certain powerful people. And that's why he's now, one of the people at the receiving end. And see, the truth of the matter is this. Let's not joke about this. The thing we should be talking about now is what happens to the statement made by Senator Kenneth Eze? Because that's another bait. 16 years. It's another bait. You think it's gone? It's not gone. That is another bait. They've just set another ball rolling. So the next thing you're going to hear now is that, look, this issue of policy inconsistency and, projects not being completed needs to stop. Nigeria needs to be on the road to proper development. We've seen our Messiah, and our Messiah is here now. So we need to make sure that he continues in the next 16 years. That is how you start a dictatorship. Simple and short. What we have now is simply a dictatorship. So if you don't play along with them, then you are at their receiving end. And that's exactly what, what's his name? Nasir El-Rufai is suffering today.
Okay, so but Yakubu, sorry, and then you continue from there. So are you suggesting that El-Rufai is correct in the things he's doing, or look at his views yesterday. So if
what I am suggesting is that El-Rufai, like every other northerner, is only there to perpetuate themselves. They're only there to survive. They are not working for anybody but for themselves. That's what I'm trying to say. Because that word, they consulted, they are legacy holders, they are cup holders. That's all, to me, that was all rubbish. Because as far as I'm concerned, the era of Sardauna, the era of Tafawa Balewa, and the era of all those people in the 60s is long gone and forgotten. Their era is gone. They've done their own, they've gone. Yes, we believe that government is a perpetuity, but it's not the way these people are. These people are when they talk about legacy, they're not talking about good governance. They're not talking about making the life of the people better. That is not their idea of perpetuity, of legacy. The idea of perpetuity and legacy is rankashdede, worship, licking their shoes. That is their own idea of legacy. So that's not leadership as far as I'm concerned. So they're not working with the people. There's no synergy here. There's nothing happening. It's just for them. So as far as I can understand El-Rufai, what he is trying to say is that they, the so-called Born to Rule group, this is their own opinion. They need to tick the box. And to tick the box, they need to show a sort of fairness. So for now, let's give it to one of ours in the South. And then 4 years or 8 years later, the ours will now bring it back to we in the North. So it's a power play between them up there, or among them up there. It has nothing to do with the populace. Absolutely nothing.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm not sure in what order I'm going. Okay, Dexter, you haven't spoken. So you watched the video. You followed the politics of the El-Rufai, DSS, everyone. What's your take on what's happening and vis-a-vis? And if you want to comment also on the election going on right now, you can also do that.
Thank you, Jim, and everybody on the platform. First of all, I've listened to a lot of commentary from when El-Rufai made his statements when he was interviewed by Charles Ayagolo. And what everybody says is that El-Rufai is a very sharp guy. So we cannot say that he's not sharp. He's a very intelligent guy. So I think most of these things are scripted. I think that El-Rufai is not surprised about where he is. And I don't want to be in a position where I'm talking about people's plans that are already in progress. So I don't want to just look at it from the standpoint of reacting. I want to understand the ideas. I don't think El-Rufai is surprised because he was already saying that he will go and spend his birthday with the DSS, that he had already told them that he will come there on his birthday, I think the 16th of February. So I'm not stunned about it. I think he's expecting it. I think it's something that he's happy, it's a playbook he's happy to play along with, you know. So I don't think I'll be on that side thinking I'm bothered about him, you know. The truth is that I kind of agree with the last speaker. I don't know if anybody follows Edmond Obilo. This guy, Lai Mohammed, was on Edmond Obilo's show recently, and he said something that if Tinubu goes for third term, he will support it. Now, the irony is that these are the same elements that have been, in quotes, shouting pro-democracy in Nigeria from military era. That they were fighting against the military. We stopped Obasanjo's third term agenda. But I heard Lai Mohammed say, yes, if Tinubu wants third term, he will support it. And the way the legislators are going, it won't be far away. It won't be far away from changing Nigeria's constitution. That's where many of us might be looking and say, no, it's not possible. The truth about it is that the way it's going, it won't be far away. So at this point in time, you know, sometimes, you know, that's why they say in politics, you have to find out what is the best interest of the Nigerians. Look, El-Rufai has very crazy records about human rights and all that. But if you listen to Chidon Kanu, he said something. Even if El-Rufai has done bad, we all know he has done bad, but yet he's still entitled to have his human rights respected. So my point is, I know El-Rufai has done things in the past that are bad, but we must agree with him on one thing, on principle. El-Rufai could have as well swung the votes in the north against Tinubu during the primaries, but based on principle, he said, okay, it has to go back to the south, and they chose Tinubu. Fine, that's their decision. So we have to agree on him that at least on principle, you can hold him to account on that, you know, that based on principle, he can make that choice. But the way this administration is going, to be fair, I'll tell you the truth, we can't hold them on any principle. There's no principle on which you can hold them. Listen to Wike before the election. What did he tell people? He said, go and vote. After you people finish voting, I'll do my own thing. You know, these statements come, and the problem is that you have undemocratic statements being made by people. As long as it's in support of the APC, it's not a problem. It goes, it flies, they are happy with it. You know, and I think to a core extent, the Nigerian mind, the mind of the Nigerian is broken. It's completely broken. And you can see, in fact, I was going to ask Dr. Damages a question today, because I listened to an interview recently and it got me puzzled about the mind of the average Nigerian. I listened to Chude. Everybody knows Chude, that he does a podcast where he brings people on his show and interviews them. Now, apparently, I didn't know that he played a critical role in bringing Buhari, this APC, to power. He was like their strategist, information strategist. He was among the people that was packaging Buhari and giving us all those notions that, Buhari was the best thing after sliced bread. And they asked him, Sheung asked him, do you regret the actions you made? And he blatantly said he doesn't regret. Why? Because it put him, that experience, you know, because of the professional and the benefits he got from it, he cannot regret the action. So the point is, if the nation burns, but his pockets get oiled, he doesn't care. He really doesn't care, you know, as long as his pockets and his profile goes up. Because the nation went back, and people asked him that same question in different shades, and he kept on saying no, he doesn't regret. And that is the mindset of Nigerians at this point in time. That is exactly you can see it in people like Daniel Bwala. Many people might be speaking against the government now, but they're just waiting for their turn.
That is the mindset. As long as their pockets get oiled, they don't really care. You know, and these are, in quote, people are opinion molders. People look at Chude. I just completely lost respect for him at that moment. People that, in quote, he brings big people on his show and questions them and all that, but he has no principle. They ask him, do you regret your action? No, I don't regret it. The country went down, I don't regret it.
But Dexter, sorry, staying on El-Rufai. So El-Rufai is guilty of what Chude? Chude is not a politician. Chude is a private citizen who is a media consultant. I'm not saying he shouldn't have that buyer's remorse, if you have done something or you should, oh, that's a remorseful thing. Looking back now, I'm not suggesting that. But the point is, we have an active political personality who actively brought a certain candidate to office. And today now is wanting to tell Nigerians that active candidate, first of all, he has made snide comments that the president did not win the election, that they just helped him get over the line. Two, he has breached national security by being part and parcel of those who wiretapped the phone of the National Security Advisor, and then many other things I can mention. So are you suggesting that he is under a trial, unfortunately, because of his political views, or do you think he is guilty as charged?
Chin, El-Rufai is not guilty of anything as at yet, as pertaining this is just political trial. Number one, if you actually had listened to El-Rufai long before now, even before they supported Tinubu, you know, he had said something about ending that he will come to Lagos and teach them how to end godfatherism. It was long before now. No? That was when Buhari was in power. It was a shot he fired at Tinubu back then. Now, at least we have to agree that El-Rufai supported the government, brought them into power. They are not doing the right thing. They are not doing the things he expressed on principle. He said, okay, no problem. I can support you. You know, at least he's not a sycophant. That's the first thing we have to first accept. No, for the bad, he has fine. But we have to accept that he has that principle that you came in here, this is what was expected. You are not doing it. Look, is the country getting any better? If the country any gets, you know, the problem with Nigerians, they kill Nigerians like flies, and we don't care. We don't feel it anymore. You know, the country is not getting any better. People are dying. And he has decided that, okay, no problem, this government is not doing well. So, based on principle, I have to take him there that, yes, at least he has the principle to say this, even whether it's bad or wrong or good, he has the principle that the government is not doing the right thing. He's under political trial. They say, oh, he didn't tap. If you listen to Inibehe today, El-Rufai did not tap Nuhu Ribadu's phone. So you can only question him to bring the evidence. Number two, has the government checked? Okay, think about that. To tell you how low our country is, somebody comes out and says, I tapped the National Security Advisor's phone. And the security architecture of Nigeria cannot come out and say, that is a lie. They can't even do, Tony, I think you are into security systems. They can check the line and find out, they can test it. They can do penetration testing and find out if that phone is hacked, if that line is hacked. So
that's a very powerful point. The NSA cannot come out and say it is true because that indicts him. He can't.
He cannot come out and say my line is not hacked.
And there's no way it can be proven because he who alleges must prove.
Keep that thought. I'm going to come to you. When you come to you, educate us on that. Actually, I need to move on to the next person because of time. Yeah, so Obey, you've not spoken on this. What's your thoughts? Guys down.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. I think we're losing this narrative from the beginning of this personality that we have as a president. We all knew that he was groomed in the US as a mover of a clique thing, and he was into the bad side of training, and he had that background as an operator in the hard drug thing. So there's a cartel that they run, a very strong cartel that make that thing work for them. For somebody to fulfill that kind of amount those many years ago. You know what kind of amount is to America then? That was a big money. So he was trained from that. He had the background. So having spent 8 years in Lagos, he set up that same cabal thing, that same cartel, and he was able to hold the politics of Lagos, that he nominates every governor after his tenure. And everybody that is in Lagos, running Lagos today, it is his idea. He had done that successfully for how many years before he started being an opposition strong man. He played all the politics along the line. You remember during his election, but they George warned us. He specifically mentioned these things that are happening. He just mentioned it clear that this is what we're going to see, exactly what is playing out today. El-Rufai, personality that he knows, that was supposed to be his spoke right-hand man that gave him the Northern Bloc. One of them, anyways. You made this man answer question for you at the Chatham House. You made this man, you made him swear to the audience that, man, he's going to stay with you to run this particular government you're trying to set up. You know, you did all that like a film trick. Then at the end of the day, you say he didn't pass security test in the Senate or in the House. I don't understand what that means, anyways. So that was like either you intentionally was slighting him, like somebody that had helped you to climb. You now want to, you know, make him, kill him, or maybe bring him down. That was what he was doing. So a natural person will fight back, naturally. And you know, normally, El-Rufai was ready to leave the country to go and pursue a cause. That was what his plan was. And he would have done it, maybe give him an ambassador so that he can run his thing outside where he was going or whatever. That would have been fine for him. But you slighted him, you made him look like a lesser man, and you humiliated him. At the end of the day, he has not crossed a different political party and you're not fighting him. Normally, these guys know themselves all around that. They know. That is why it's only Obi that stands out, an Atiku that he can't touch. Probably because Atiku is probably stronger than whatever they're doing. You know, every other person that is along that line of that ADC, they all know that they have skeletons in their cupboard. Only Obi stands out. That is exactly what is happening here. There's no one of them that they don't know what they have done. They don't know that all of them are eating money. If tomorrow somebody like Oshomole fall out, they will also open his books. If anybody fall out from the scene, they will open his books. So they all know that all of them have soiled their hands and they have them at their right hand if they want to bring them down. That's what exactly is happening to El-Rufai right now. He went to play the other side. So to disarray El-Rufai means to bring a lot of confusion. You see, he couldn't campaign for this guy in Abuja now. He couldn't come out because he was already that was a part of the fight. You already bring him so that he will be dealing with that one, and then he will leave politics alone. That's another way to probably cause confusion in the ADC angle. You know, it's obvious that the system Baba has already has captured the system that everybody Nigerians are now very weak. If it is money, you don't even have it again. If you are not part of them, you can't even have the money. Yes, and the money you have stolen that you have kept and you are eating that you are not adding to, it will continue to go down now. You understand? And the dollar that probably had paid you because it went up and everything, and the whole economy went south, it's fine for them. So he's suffering the kind of he's suffering what he caused himself, El-Rufai. But you know, he's a strong man himself. He don't give up. You know, he's been there. He knows all of them know themselves. That's why Baba is afraid that if you leave El-Rufai to run with this opposition thing, El-Rufai is going to spill out so many things that will also affect him. So he needs to crumble him first and bring him down. That's only what is happening. So despite the fact that there's nothing they're accusing him that he didn't do. Is it the money that he didn't steal? He stole money. His children, all of them, they are even adding them now so that the thing will be more robust, like the other guy that was Attorney General. So he's going to compare them because all of them have their skeletons mounted there in their cupboard waiting for them Judgment Day. But when yours will happen, it depends on how you play your card.
All right.
It's sad for the country.
Thank you very much. So, Opabolo, we're going to come to you. So, there are many people who are against Tinubu. There is Obi, there is Amechi, and then there's El-Rufai himself, and of course, there's even David Mark. I'm not mentioning any of this. Now, what is special about El-Rufai? Why is it easy to single out El-Rufai? Is El-Rufai being singled out, or El-Rufai has thrown himself intentionally? He tried to be a Daniel and jumped into the den of lion. So I mean, why are they not picking Obi? Why are they not picking Amechi? Why is it him? Is he guilty of what he's done? Should he face the law? Did he break the law? Or Pablo?
Thank you, Chim. I will take it from two angles. I have two conspiracy here. One is the vice presidential angle. Then the other side is the 2031 angle. First, the vice presidential angle. The media will want you to focus on the idea that the Christian North want to replace Shetima with a Christian vice president and all what have you. Yeah, that can be true. But in this game, numbers don't lie. So the Northwest, from the one, their argument is that they contributed the most to this ticket. So they deserve the vice presidential spot, especially now that they took the chairmanship, party position and give it to the North Central. If you argue that, one will argue that should have been the North. Yes. But now they are saying because they have the numbers, they deserve to be the vice president. That's where Konkoso came out and trying to take advantage of that to say, I want to be vice president or nothing, or a presidential candidate in any other party. So, and again, that informed where his name pop up on the terrorist list. You want to be that, well, this is the price. It's up to you to able to, if you can afford it. Means that the power that, especially from the American angle, say, okay, this is it. This is our security plan. This is what is going on. This is, if you agree to all that, that's why the angle of the Sharia, him supporting Sharia law also come in place. So this is the price of the position you are asking for. It's now up to you to politic your way, aside the case. Rufai to fall into that Northwest zone. Then the 2023 angle of 2031 angle of it. Well, as far as the northern candidate is concerned, 2027 is over. The only thing at stake is that how am I going to finish? Because as we know, if history will serve me right, the North will eventually settle on a consensus candidate going to 2031. Now, who is going to be that consensus candidate? It is what you see playing out. You either you either form your own political party like Atiku is doing with the ADC, or trying to wheel your way into a major political party like the Konkoso is doing, or El-Rufai. I mean, you have to explain to the world how come the party that you have formed, the government that you have bring to power, decided to embarrass you in front of the whole world. So what you are seeing, again, the media will want you to focus on how APC will explode, how ADC will explode and all that. But the only place that is going to explode is the North, politically speaking. Because as I said, a lot of people are interested. Don't forget, as soon as they finish 2027, some governors will be finishing up their second term ahead of 2031. So they also throw their hands into the game. So what you are seeing is not necessarily Tinubu putting in hand. Those around him are taking advantage of the position they are occupying to go after their potential opponents. Right? If you pay attention to what led to 2023, where Tinubu was on the ground doing a devastation to his political opponent. The man from Okorocha is one of them, who wants to, use his in-law to continue in power in order to be in a better position to fight for the presidency. Tinubu sent my uncle Oshomele as a party chairman then after him. Right? The same thing with Ibikule Amosu. The same thing, even at the end of the day, they also have to actually shoot the Oshomole himself. So what you are seeing playing out is politics playing out at the highest level ahead of their own political future. It has little to do with it. They say not thief, now they no thief. I mean, who then catch now be thief. So all this thing is them actually fighting for survival. Now again, another angle that I want you to see in it is Obi. Now, for me, from my own calculation, Obi to become president of Nigeria has a better chance in 2031. Yes, I understand there's a gentleman agreement on better and all that, but it's not constitutionally bound. Because if it is, Tony Hanene and Goodluck Jonathan no go stand their ground and say they go run again when they say you no go pay for the turn by turn. So how Obi finish in 2027 is very important. If Obi finish with 6 million in terms of number or better, or if finish the same position, Atiku ahead of him or better than Atiku, it will be more a bigger problem for the northern candidate that will come in 2031 to beat that popularity first. Because we can say all we want. When we cannot, there's no way somebody in Nigeria that will have 6 million votes. Maybe the only person that will be ahead of him is Atiku, and his age is not on his side. They will just say, oh, may them play, may Obi go sit down. Even if he doesn't want to run, the demography going to 2031 will favor him. We are going to have 3 generations who have 2 things in common. They don't have political power, they don't have economic power, they are all broke. That is from age 20 to age 60. Literally, that's what they mean. They've never tested power, they're economically they are broke. So who is going and so far that demography is favoring Obi. So if Obi do well, then who is going to come from the north? They will have to overwork that person to beat that popularity. So there's a lot of things playing out here that is beyond that Tinubu or any other. Thank you.
Thank you, Pablo. So KJ, I hope you'll be the first person who will really stay on this topic. And I know, because it is, I don't know, everybody's bringing in other dynamics into it, which is okay. So you know what the story is. El-Rufai played a significant role in bringing Bola Ahmed Tinubu to office. Today, the same El-Rufai has fallen out of favor with the same Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Is that falling out of favor? Is it because he didn't get a political appointment? Or El-Rufai is really a very principled man? He feels his government is not doing well. Yes, he owns up to his mistake. Oh, I helped to bring in somebody who shouldn't have been brought to power. I regret it, and I want to unseat that person. Now, in the light of that, his activities in the last 1 or 2 weeks, considering his utterances, especially on national security, do you think he has a case to answer, or is he just being hounded because he is no longer in support of the man in office?
Okay, thank you so much, Chim. I will just start to hit the nail on the head. Yes, I think he is being haunted because they know that he can actually rattle them out. Just like someone said earlier, Tony, you are a national security advisor, national security. And KJ says, oh, I was able to tap into your telephone to listen to what you're saying. I think the first reaction would have been to find out from your own line whether your phone was hacked. And if your phone is not hacked, you issue a statement that this is not correct. You know. So to rush out to go arrest him and begin to tossing him up and down and the center makes no sense. These people are just totally lost of bereft of ideas. Now, El-Rufai made a very, very serious statement that any concerned Nigerian reading through we want to investigate. He accused the National Security Advisor of having imported some toxic materials for which he displayed, whether forged or otherwise, a document showing that this transaction went through. This particular material is so dangerous that it's not seen when applied. And so we begin to wonder what happened to Abiola and so many other people who have gone to the world beyond, like the former CBN governor, who all of a sudden, after being arrested and released, became ill and never recovered. Is it that this material have been playing around in our society without our knowing, and El-Rufai, just like Nnamdi Kanu, is the only one who is able to dictate and say it in the open? These people have been using this thing for long, and now they've applied for many more, a much more number that have been applying before and has brought it to the fore. I'm surprised that the Nigerian public have never bothered to search for the truth in that statement. But they're rather looking at the El-Rufai and trying to look whether he's being this or being that. No, the man says something that should frighten everybody. This guy has a material that he can use to eliminate his opponent and will not be able to be traced. Why is the Nigerian media not hammering on that? If it was the civilized world, you know, not shithole countries, the media would have run amok. They would have gone to the extent of going to that company to investigate this and get to the bottom of it. But rather, we are looking at the man and trying to, you know, to dictate whether he's telling the truth or not, whether it's because he's not giving opportunity. Is El-Rufai a poor man? But all of them have stolen enough money that can do their 10th generation. So he's not looking for money. Okay? Whether we like it or not, El-Rufai was one of those who digitalized the land in Abuja. So if he digitalized it, don't you think he has enough land that can give him millions of naira? So what we are looking at is a system that has now, God has given us opportunity to see the other side of what goes on. It's not a question of whether El-Rufai is good or not good. I've known El-Rufai. He used to share an office, a very good friend of mine, right opposite before he became minister. But he was totally changed because even he and that my friend are no longer close friends because he became a different person when he got into the office. We know his character. He wasn't this Islamic driven, you know, if you ask me, before he got into politics. So whether he's doing that to favor his position in the north or not, that is not our point of, you know, this thing now. What we should be looking at, the allegations he raised. And let me say this, he is somebody who has, you know, he talks anyhow. That's true. If most journalists say what they hear and what they see, I think many of us have been put on a firing squad and fired. Okay, but he doesn't know how to manage that information, so he threw it out in the open. Now, it may be true because nothing is difficult these days in this world. You know, it may not be true, and he's trying to just scatter their positions and scatter them and cause them to, because he has enough money to defend himself. So he could just be throwing a spanner in their wheel and they're all in helter-skelter because they have something to hide. But my question is this: why are we not looking at that? If that is the case, people like Nnamdi Kanu should be consigned, because if National Security Advisor, who have already known, has given some arms and ammunition to the terrorist, who said he was arming vigilante without the Nigerian authority knowing about it, now he's been accused of importing a material that we may not even be able to know when it's applied on anybody. Are we not supposed to be consigned, Nigerians? It's not supposed to be a public discourse at a very high level in Nigeria. Shouldn't those who are on the opposition raise this up? What kind of opposition do we have now in Nigeria? They can't talk. Nobody can talk again, except when it's not, if it's not Showore talking, nobody talks again. Is Showore the only opposition in Nigeria now? Why are the likes of Atiku not picking it up? Since he has some form of what do you call it now? Immunity. Why is he not talking about it? Why is the other political party not talking about it? Why are they leaving all the fight for one man? You see, this is where we are, and that is why I totally agree with Dati Ahmed when he, in fact, I'm one of his ardent supporters. He said, if you will continue to play 1-1, they will take you all out. We need 1 million man. We need a 10 million man in the street. And unfortunately, Nigerians have refused to be out there. So now, KJ, you want me to put my head for you? No, now. You understand what I'm saying? I will not put my people. If people are so concerned, satisfied with what people are going through, keep going through it.
All right,
okay.
KJ, thank you very much. Because of time, I know you have a lot to say, but just to manage time properly. So I am coming to you, Tony. So Tony, I want to couch the question this way. El-Rufai is well educated. He's not just your average northern politician who just became popular because of politics. This is a well-schooled man, well-versed, well-traveled, exposed, speaks well, has handled Bureau of Public Enterprise, was Minister of Federal Capital Territory, has been a governor. Question for you. Shouldn't he know better in politics to be able to look at the antecedents of a candidate and say, this is the person I'm supporting. The same man who played religious politics suddenly today is trying to make the average Nigerian believe he is benevolent enough to have the truth and have the interest of the nation at heart. Vis-a-vis all that we have talked about, what's your view?
Thank you. That's a double-barrel question. No doubt, El-Rufai is very, very intelligent person. If you check his records, he is. So very brilliant guy, a technocrat. We saw what he did with BP, and that earned him a ministerial appointment as the Federal Capital Territory minister, an office that was very, very controversial, difficult, because if you want to implement the Abuja master plan, you need to do you have to be courageous and you have to do some very crazy things, and he did, and he stepped on toes. But let's put that aside. For me, looking at El-Rufai's outpost, I think is unfortunate because as someone who is very, very intelligent, I didn't expect that he would say the things that he said. I think he crossed the line. And I'm talking about the thing about the Thallium Sulphate and the stuff about listening in, eavesdropping on the National Security Advisor's phone. But you see, it's not new because there is a lady, Miriam Buka, who was thrown in prison for 8 months because she recorded some amorous discussion between her and the president. And the NSA threw her into prison. And my worry is that if you have that kind of situation happening where people can easily record, eavesdrop on maybe the president's phone or the National Security Advisor, that's a very sensitive office. Because, I mean, this is an office that interacts with all the security agencies, takes the critical decisions that have to do with the security of the nation. If it's that easy for a non-state person to tap into, to eavesdrop on the National Security Advisor's phone, he doesn't have a secure line. Even though I know that there is no technology that is foolproof, but I would assume that as a National Security Advisor, he would have some facility to sweep his phone or to debug his phone. He should know that. So if it's that easy, then Nigeria is in trouble. And two, for him to accept that his phone was tapped and for the nation to take El-Rufai to court, by implication, it means that, for me, I think he has questions to answer. Because there are a few other things that have been associated with that office, which KJ spoke about. But to put that aside, it's not about whether El-Rufai is a saint or a sinner. I think if you look deeper, you see there's a quarrel. And I think we talked about it. There is a conflict here over political influence and stature between El-Rufai and the National Security Advisor. First of all, the refusal, not to approve him for ministerial position would not have come anywhere else but from the National Security Advisor. Two of them are Muslims, two of them are Fulani, two of them are from the north. And if you recall, when El-Rufai, when Buhari was president, El-Rufai was very, very influential, very, very powerful in terms of his influence. He did quite a lot of things to influence setting decisions and positions and things that happened under Buhari. And then it's been said here that he was instrumental also in moving the northern governors to support Ashwaju. So he was very, very critical. Now today what you have is that influence has diminished. The NSA is being positioned to succeed Ashwaju. a position that El-Rufai is also eyeing. So in between them, there's a problem, but that's their problem. Nobody should die in their fight. They will sort out their problems because at the end of the day, somewhere, somebody in the north will call them and settle them. But to have made that statement, for me, is unfortunate. Ashwaju doesn't have an issue here. I don't think it was Ashwaju that would have said, no, let them not approve El-Rufai, because he was the one that asked for him in the first place. The man was going, like he said, he was going to Egypt to go and do his PhD. So the issue here, veiled in all the things that we are seeing, is a contest for political power. It's a repositioning in such a way that somebody would emerge and position himself for office, presidential office, when all these things pass away. That's what is happening, because El-Rufai, this crime that is being tried for instance, the corruption, quote and unquote, as the governor, it's been there. They just knowing that. But the moment he fell out, quote and unquote, with the political system or with certain individuals, then that's when the Nnamdi office.
Sorry, Tony, just to cut you short there. Sorry, not intended. There is a group of, I'm trying to remember what they're called. Professor Chidi Odinkalo is part of that group. These are a group of people who were, I'm trying to remember the name, they were unfairly treated by the El-Rufai government in Kaduna. They've come together, they've all instituted a court case against him. Some of them accuse him of abduction and all of those things. Those things are in court. And I think the national security system, whether it's police or whatever, has also taken that up. Are you suggesting that that also is politically motivated?
The critical question that you would ask is, why are all these ones coming up now? I'm not suggesting that it's the same. I'm saying, why these are things that are known all along. So why the timing? I mean, the timing, look at the timing. Why is this all coming up?
I mean,
why is this all coming up?
Don't people require justice? Is it also not possible that because of immunity, he was not able to be prosecuted at that time also?
He has not just left office. Why is the ICPC, EFCC, National Security Advisor, and those individual groups bringing up, these issues? Now, what I'm saying is that we have to look beyond. I mean, again, let me make my point very clear. I'm not holding brief for El-Rufai. No, I'm not saying he's a clean man. No, it has to be proven in court. But I'm saying that if you remain in APC, okay, do you think that these issues will come up? And even if they come up, there were petitions against El-Rufai. There were petitions against El-Rufai even before this time, but none of them came to limelight. So, but are you saying to me that if he had remained in APC, these things would not have? I mean, these issues would have come up.
Okay,
so,
Tony. Yeah, go on. Summary, land your thought before I move. Go on.
Yes. In summary, what I'm saying is that one, in all these things, I see a fight between two individuals. Two, I also see that El-Rufai has been callous in his statement. The way he's fighting his fight is not the way I would think a man of his status would fight that fight. And then I also think that the National Security Advisor has been complicit, in probably fueling or unearthing some of these things. But in doing this, they know, because El-Rufai knows where the dead bodies are buried. And so I can bet you that this thing is going to go nowhere, because they will talk it over at some point, and then there will be an easing off. Okay. That's what I think.
An easing of hostilities. Okay. They will talk it up somewhere. And Mr. James, you heard Tony. Tony says they will discuss this somewhere, and then the Nigerian factor will step in. What are your views? Do you agree with that perspective? Do you think, irrespective of whether he has fallen out or not, if he has broken the law, let the government go after him? What are your thoughts?
Well, to me, I don't have much to say actually, because these are actions of irresponsible men mismanaging the country. They are not fighting each other, and they are dragging us into it. If you remember, in the year 1972, I think I was in primary school, I can't remember, 72, In the US history, there's what they call the Watergate scandal during the years of
Nixon.
Richard Nixon, yes. His vice was Gerald Ford, who took over from him. Good. When the scandal erupted, the US government carried out a meticulous investigation. And it got to a point whereby Nixon could no longer even deny. He had no option than to step aside because he was on the brink of being impeached. That was how Gerald Ford became president. He was a vice president. Now, the same thing is unfolding in Nigeria. You see the funny way they're handling it. Anyway, if the security advisor's telephone line has been blocked or not, it means nothing to me. Because what are they discussing? Is it in your interest or my interest or national interest? They are protecting their interest. There's nothing about you and me, our interest, that foreign powers are not aware of. You get the point? So what secrets are we talking about? There's no secret about Nigeria, which any serious-minded country want to lay hands on that they cannot get easily. Even, let me cite a good example. If, let's say, a government, a foreign government, want to know something about, let's say, anything about Nigeria, what they just do is go through the universities. They'll say this is a research problem. What they call it? It's a research opportunity. We want to investigate XYZ, maybe tribal tribalism or whatever it is, or corruption in Nigeria. If you apply to conduct the research, upfront will give you $500. Then, if your application is accepted, we give you $10,000 as mobilization fee. Then, when you finish whatever it is, we give you $50,000 or whatever $1,000. You see, all the professors in Nigeria will apply. I hope you are getting me. They will all apply. They will now dig into the nitty-gritties of the country. If you want to know what is happening between a Nigerian president and his wife in their bedroom at 12 midnight on Saturday, they will be able to dig into it and supply it. So we have no secrets. So when they are talking about the secrets of the National Security Advisor, to me, it's arrant nonsense, as far as I'm concerned, because it has no security implications at all about Nigeria. Nigeria has no secrets. Let me just be very blunt. The secrets we have in that country are things they are hiding from you and me, not things they are hiding from foreign powers. So this is how I see the whole show. May they continue to fight so that we continue to know more of what is going on. But one thing is certain, they will resolve this matter in a very funny way. And don't be surprised that the principal actors now, in fact, they are all men, there's no woman among them. The principal actors now, don't be surprised tomorrow to discover that they're playing around the same women in society. These men we are seeing today. So please, we should think of something better. Let me just quickly mention something. The security apparatus in Nigeria need to be overhauled. And to overhaul it, in my opinion, we have to wait when we will draft a new constitution. Because since independence till now, it is the same set of people drafting the constitutions we'll be using. So they draft it to suit their own interest. The security apparatus in Nigeria should be somehow detached from government. A situation whereby you not punish a man because it's no longer a good time to government should not arise. After all, I sometimes believe that El-Rufai is being victimized, is being persecuted. If you are persecuting him, did he steal as much as Yaya Bello stole? Did he steal as much as Emefiele stole? There are people who stole far more than him, and they are still stealing. So what is happening to those people? Their sins are forgiven because they are in the right political party. So this is how I see it. So there's need for us to detach the security apparatus and even the justice system from the ruling government so that they will have a higher degree of independence, just like we have the Nigerian Bar Association, Nigerian Union of Journalists. We should work out a formula whereby These apparatus should be taken from government and act independently in the interest of the nation. They are reasonable men to fashion out the modalities on how to do it. Thank you very much. I have to go because it's nearly time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. James. Before I hand over to Rudolph, who's back, Paul, you haven't said anything, so I would like you to say something. But I'm going to couch the question in this way. Mr. James said, when Watergate happened, that the U.S. government, I presume what he wanted to say was the U.S. Attorney General's office was able to institute a investigation that the president could not control. So in this instance, why is it difficult for Nigeria to separate the presidency and his person from a probable cause when national security issues are involved, where the Attorney General will do his job, do it?
No, you see, our constitution and the U.S. Constitution are not exactly the same thing. Duties are allocated to particular offices or branches of government. That is one reason. And secondly, we are just practicing pseudo-democracy. So we should not think that we are already like the Americans, we should rub shoulders with them. No, the differences are just glaring. So this is the reason why the Nigerian Attorney General cannot do what the U.S. Attorney General did. Anyway,
because on the mandate they all stood, you know.
Okay, no problem. So, Paul, you know what we're discussing. The microphone is over to you.
Okay, thank you. I think to some extent I would disagree with Mr. James a little bit because the Attorney General of the Federation have two portfolios, Minister of Justice and Attorney General. So the Attorney General can also pick up the case too. He has that mandate to do and everything. But it's just that, you know, the way Nigeria work, every one of us have TV in our house. We know how expensive our TV can be and how cheap our remote can be. But our remote sometimes can be very, very powerful than the TV because the remote actually controls the TV. That's how we operate. But in this part of the world, they take the remote. In America, they take the remote away from the president. So the Attorney General, in terms of state or federal, can do their job. You see what happened with the tariff yesterday. State Attorney Generals and the likes, they sued the president and they won the case. You understand? Because they did not give the president the remote to handle it and everything so they can fight. But when you talk about this El-Rufai, it kind of makes me laugh. I like the game El-Rufai is playing. El-Rufai is smart in all ramifications. Why is he doing that? Why did he come to national TV and said they bugged the National Security Advisor's phone? Trust issue. First of all, America is coming to Nigeria. They say they're going to work hand in hand, partnership and everything. And they report this news in BBC, CNN, CBS and the likes, that National Security Advisor phone got bugged. Then they tried to arrest. They did not even arrest you for questioning. You understand? They said somebody else. They did not arrest. They did not say. They say, oh, we take you based on your word. This is the height of gullibility. This is the height of stupidity I've ever seen, how the government failed themselves. For them to even come outside and say, oh, they didn't bug my phone or they bugged my phone. Of course, you can't even say those things. It's just laughable and everything. So El-Rufai is clever in all ramifications. And remember, El-Rufai is among the 14 original people who created this so-called APC. And because El-Rufai is coming from the CPC, the Buhari's version and everything. And when they came and everything, Buhari actually want to compensate Nuhu Ribadu. But from rumor, discovered that El-Rufai don't really want it because as at that time, Nuhu Ribadu is having this relationship with Buhari, with Tinubu. And if you could look, when Buhari came to power, they sidelined Tinubu heavily and everything. Tinubu don't really have position and everything. It's just like a statesman. They just give him office that there's no office. You understand? He's a national leader. That national leader is no longer there.
Paul, sorry. How would they sideline him? Fashola was his man. VP was his man.
Fashola was never Tinubu's candidate. It was Buhari that single-handedly picked Fashola. No, Fashola was having heavy issue. Was not Tinubu.
Hold on, Paul. The point is bringing them to prominence.
It was not No, so you understand something like the way we say state now, a state governor will recommend a minister. In Tinubu's case, Tinubu recommend. You understand? But in this case, Buhari said, I want Fashola. Fashola, that's why Fashola is not in Tinubu's cabinet today. They don't have any relationship. They lost that relationship for a very long time. Before Fashola even contest for second term, in APC in Lagos, there is what we call justice and mandate. At the time, Fashola positioned himself in the second term. You positioned himself to go to Labour Party that if we fight, we're going to divide it, then opposition will win. So Tinubu said, this crazy man that smoked cheap cigarettes, let him go. So Fashola was the only person that fought Tinubu. Fashola was not Tinubu's candidate, like, I recommend minister for Lagos. No. Buhari single-handedly picked Fashola. You understand? So these things. So, but Fashola had Buhari, Tinubu have good relationship with Nuhu Ribadu. Remember, Tinubu even support Nuhu Ribadu to contest early stage for president with his so-called ADC then and the likes. So the relationship is there. So to some extent, rumor and everything, they discovered to some extent that El-Rufai also worked against Ribadu, but Ribadu was very patient. So when the game changed and everything, Ribadu did the same thing. So El-Rufai is fighting back and everything. And when Tinubu also comes, Tinubu at the same time too also want to sideline the CPC version of APC because they were very powerful. They sidelined the ADC faction when Buhari was in power. So history is repeating itself. For now, the ADC faction is gaining more strength. They whittle down the CPC faction of APC. Remember, there is three-party, ABGA and the likes that make APC. So these are the things. So all this problem is going there. And you know, when rumors started going on, so they started having issues. They've been managing this issue for a very long time. But what they did, and everything, El-Rufai could not believe that Nuhu Ribadu can know all these things. Will not even like call him, even when they've already settled some of the issue privately. So the humiliation was too much for him. So he's fighting back, you know. So as he's getting stronger again with this ADC team, so okay, it's time for us to fight back to whittle down. Then another aspect of it again, as at this period, this is the only time that the Northern in Nigeria is losing power heavily. The Northern, they are on their low, sorry, when I say Northern, I'm talking about the Northern Muslim politician. They are losing power. You can see the Trump bombing of the next local government to the Sultan of Sokoto. Everybody will be wondering, why is all this, sorry, I'm going here and there. Why is all this thing going on? Because so the way America see it, they see it like this. Northern and the emirs are like governor. The Sultan of Sokoto is the president. Trump bombed the next local government to the Sultan and indirectly threatening that the next one will be in your palace. Even rumor is saying it today, Sultan of Sokoto is hiding. You understand? He's hiding. He's not sitting in his palace and everything. So this thing, so the Northern now, they are really, really on their low bar. So what they are doing strategically now, they are picking all the big guys. They want to whittle them down. You can see the Kwankwaso, who did not start Boko Haram. So all the big guys, they are touching them. Now let's touch and everything. Tinubu again is willing to compromise anything to be in power. Anything. Tinubu is willing to compromise. But El-Rufai, who happened to also be a radical, El-Rufai too want to cause that confusion around also trust issue with Tinubu and American government. That's why you can touch that phone. And they fall for it completely. They fall for it. Why? How did they fall for it? Come on, they didn't bug my phone. You didn't say that. You say, based on your word, we're going to arrest you. That is the height of stupidity. You're supposed to call this person for questioning. Ask questions. How did you tap the phone? Who did you use? Everything. You didn't even say anything. They didn't say anything. Just based on your word, we're going to arrest you. The government is just too weak. They don't calculate their steps very well because all they are thinking is just, let us go win next year election. These are the thing and everything. So in this part, I think El-Rufai is doing a very good job. Right. They're talking about the other part when you talk about El-Rufai with somebody like Chidi Odikalo and other things. To some extent, many of those cases, what we call civil case and everything. Some of those cases went to court. Ask yourself, did the government prosecute? Did the government look into the case? They didn't do anything. But because now it's affecting the government directly now, that is when they start to say, let us look into this case. And when government do things like this anywhere in the world, then we'll start reminding them, what of Yaya Bello? What of this one? What of this one? You understand, and every other thing. So the government is just really making mockery of our system. That's my take on it.
Thank you, Paul. So Rudolph Okonkwo is here. I don't know. Maybe Rudolph should give us his own view.
Put him back. Put him backstage. He's here to spy on us for City Boys movement.
So Rudolph.
Chim, thank you so much. You did a wonderful job. I just want to thank you, and I think you should end the show because I lost track. I just wanted to mention a few things. One is Dexter. I'm still waiting for your contact so that you can get the book that you want. Last week, I don't know what happened. I understand I got a message from Adama that
network glitch.
That Nwachukwu won and that Nwachukwu gave it to somebody. That has to be sorted out. And then, of course, Chim, you can end the show, have a rant with everybody here, and end the show, and then hand over to Forefathers.
What time is Forefathers coming on?
Whenever you finish with the rant, he will come on. He's ready. So about what you guys are talking about, I didn't listen to all the conversations. I just thought about something. When Buhari was president and he came to the United States, we went to interview him. And I remember that Adiola was in contact with the chief security officer. And I overheard the conversation where we were with him, and we're saying that Adiola was saying, we sent you an email and you didn't respond, that kind of conversation. I was horrified when the man said, oh, which email did you use? This is my email. And it was, I think it was Yahoo or Hotmail. So, and I had to tell the man, this is what you are using, chief security. It was unbelievable. So sometimes we think that Nigeria is sophisticated, that how could they hack account phone number of national security? You'll be surprised. I mean, we had Professor Nimi Wariboko came here one time and he told us his experience when he was with the National Security Advisor trying to help them do something. That they don't know anything about these sophisticated things that we know in the West. They still use, what are they using even at this point? What do you think they are using? Who set it up for them? Is it not somewhere people from the West? What equipment do they, anything can happen to our security. It's not something that we shouldn't think that way. All right, but that's it for me. Chim, you did a wonderful job. People are saying that I should retire, that you should take over. So anytime you are ready, let me know. I'm willing to retire today. And
you have not mentored me well yet.
You did a wonderful job. So thank you all for everything. And Chim, continue and round up. And tomorrow, please join us for 90 Minutes Africa. I will be back tomorrow. Thank you.
Doctor, before you leave, 1 second, please. Doctor, I am the official first person among all this panel that read your first book. One of your oldest candidates. Compensate me now, say that.
Oh, yeah. Paul, we talk. Yeah.
Rudolph, you put out a cartoon. Before you go explain.
Which one? Every day we are putting out one now. It's a new.
The one where you put out 2 days ago, that you are alluding to the fact that the Americans here for Christian genocide are there to defend the Minister of Mining. That's a very heavy one. So
just look out tomorrow. There will be another one. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Okay.
All right, guys. We just want to so that we can finish on time and then Forefathers can come in. I want us to be able to talk about this other topic. There are a lot of things to discuss, but we just have to settle for one. So pardon me, this is the one that I think is easiest for us to deal with so that we don't exceed the time exceedingly. So during the week, there was a function. The president was there, and this happened in that function. I hope I have the right way to play it. Just give me a second. Yes.
Oh, Papa.
Mm-hmm. Is arranging to confer a very high honor on Sunday go, who in my own part of Nigeria in the southeast, we see him as a counterpart of Nnamdi Kanu.
نحن في هذا الموقع بتمويل كريم بمؤسسة
And my brother, fellow royal father, the Imperial Majesty, does not seem to understand the pain in my heart when Nnamdi Kanu is in Sokoto. So, sir, the ball stops on your court. Bring this man out. If we don't want him in Nigeria, return him to Kenya or London, where they took him from. You see, some of us here have been asked to go and work, but the young people in the Southeast are so agitated, they can even beat us. They see us as sellout. We come to Abuja, they may think we come to collect money. And then we keep quiet. So, sir, please do something about this. Do something about it.
Okay, so I'm sure we all have context to that video. Because we are slightly run out of time, I don't know what your thoughts are. I just want to have people's thinking. What do you think about that? I found it interesting that this is for the first time in a long time we're seeing a person in prominence being able to speak truth. You know, we might all differ. I mean, those who still think Nnamdi Kanu should be in jail, that's fine. It's your view. I'm not going to contest that with you. But the point is, personally, like I said the other day, you know, and Rudolph, when I said, I want to see more leaders in Nigeria. And I use Emeka Anyako as an example there, even though I didn't mean any harm. I just mentioned his name. I rarely see leaders who stand up in forums like this and tell, you know, someone like the president the truth. Say, listen to what's going on. This is what is going on, not right or whatever. All I see is people who, like Akpabio and the likes, who just stand up and tell the president, you're doing right. You're doing okay. It's time we start having people, and this is not about Nnamdi Kanu's matter, but it just so happens that this is where I found it. I just want to hear our views. Everybody here has two minutes to go around, and then we do a rant. Starting with your comparable, I'm going to go in that order.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jim. The moderation today has been fantastic. Okay, so I'm going to give you a kudos. So I hope you come more often and moderate. Even a passage gentleman. But having said that, I was having Jim. I mean, that guy was speaking, man. Having somebody from my kinsmen be able to speak eloquently. I mean, we have all the governors. Of course, we know where they are. It's all about political capital. So they don't really want to speak to that. Whether they're against Nnamdi Kanu to be released or not, I don't have a fact to back up. I can only have my own conspiracy. If it's asked me, I would say, they're against, they're against him because of they know what Nnamdi Kanu stand. They don't want, if he come out, it's probably going to usurp whatever right they have. That's the way they're looking at it. But that was very commendable. I hope a lot of people can come out and speak, more often like that guy speak. Not about all this city boy, selling out. I mean, that's their own political view. I don't really have anything against them, but whatever they don't have that much political capital when it comes in the Southeast. The village boys are going to win all day, anytime. Okay, so let me tell them that's not going to buy them anything. But anyway, I have much to say, but my kudos to the guy. Okay, I hope other people will come and speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Comparable, for sticking to time. So I hope Okpabolo will also do the same. Okpabolo, I will put it this way. We've heard it. Somebody asked me, how do I know what Akpabio tells Tinubu? How do I know? I know what Akpabio tells Tinubu because if majority of Nigerians are saying we want real-time transmission of election votes, and you say people are just ranting, it means you are not telling the president the truth. People should be able to say, Mr. President, Nigerians want a free and fair election. They don't want it to read. So even if we want to get you back to office, we're going to have to look for some other smarter way to get you back to office. But we have to give these people, or be seen to be giving these people, what they want. Okpabolo, why is it difficult for people to look their fellow men in the face and say, sorry, what you're doing is wrong? We had a Senate once that could do the kind of thing that this Eze did when they were doing a third term. And the Senate president said, all of you who have gone to our constituencies, and our constituencies don't want a third term. But if you want a third term, we are going to give you the floor. You will mention your name, mention your constituency, and tell us where you stand on this particular matter. Okpabolo, why is it difficult to do that in these days?
All this, I think, all these things are just is what Noam Chomsky classified as manufacturing concept, right? If we understand how the system they work, you understand. No be by say the president, vice president, the Senate president have to talk to this one, have to talk. No, it's beyond that, right? That's why they always emphasize the fact that these people, both the opposition and those in power, they came together and write the rules and regulation of the game. That's the only industry that kind of things they happen. Now, somebody said in the comment section that the average Nigerian person is bombarded with so much information and they don't know what to do anymore. That's true. And that's why I only emphasize the fact that, yes, when this leader, they told the leadership is the problem, leadership is the problem. Yes, leadership is the problem down there. There's nobody to actually lead the people. Up there, the system is working fine. That is how it is built to work. It's built to serve few people. So for that to change, in the majority of the people need to be educated, conscientized. That's where the problem is. That's where the leadership feels. So those that want power, right? If they really want the things to change, probably the Senate to react, you go to their constituency because now those people go breathe and come back. No be Tinubu, right? Yes, money is the order of the day. Tinubu need to oversee all the money and all that. But no matter how, just like you did and Chim, how much I go fit take bribe you, tell you say Nigeria they function past Canada. There's no amount of money where I go take bribe you. Why? Because you know you are living the experience, you are seeing it. Not be say you read out, somebody tell you, or somebody come preach you, you live the experience. The same thing, these leaders who want power, if they go down there and sit down with the people, make them to see the truth, why there's a need for this electoral change reform to take effect. I swear to God, Akpabio no go to meet Tinubu. They go in constituency every weekend. Because now those people, even though, well, they don't vote for them, right? But that is what it is. That's how the system is built to work. And especially democracy, the power of the democracy we practice is with the House of Representatives. That's where the power of the people lie. The senator now for special interest people. That's why now big boys, now big money they pay that. But if you really want to change the system, you really want to tell Tinubu Mercy, any of them, the people where they vote have to be conscientized that this is what their power is. Right? Somebody had to organize them to use that power. Not like military. That's why military to get generals, to lead them to war. You have to tell them what to do. There is nobody telling Nigerian people how the system works. But those in power, I don't expect them. But those who are looking for power, they're not doing it because what? Now turn by turn. Don't just die. If you don't die, you go get something. Now KJD, so one day, if you become president, the possibility that you will be a PA of communication to the power is there. Make it not just die.
All right. No problem. Thank you very much, Okpabolo. Tony, coming to you, and then in that order to Paul. So you watch the video. Now, the whole idea is not just necessarily because of Nnamdi Kanu's matter, just for so that people will understand. It is a fact that we rarely see public personalities who, in the presence of a leader like the president, is able to bring up issues like this and talk about it without being afraid, without just running around in circles. He went straight to the point and said, listen, prosecute this guy or whatever it is, bring him out, let's have peace. We rarely see this happen. Why is it that we rarely see people who are bold? That is why we have governors who are busy jumping from their party to another party, because they can't stand up to the president like the man they are going to join did when he was an opposition. He stood his ground where he was. So, Tony, what's your take? Why is there a scarcity of persons like this today?
Well, first of all, let me, I have my commendation for His Royal Majesty Igwe Ambassador Dr. Lawrence Agobuz, for his speech. He was spot on. But I disagree with you, Tim, over the exact thing he was saying. I think basically he was talking about fairness and justice. And let me quote what my Lord Gordon Hewitt, Lord Chief Justice of England, said in a judgment in 1924. And this is, I'll read it, this is in quote. It is not merely of some importance, but is of fundamental importance that justice should not only be done, but should manifestly and undoubtedly be seen to be done, quote and unquote. That statement is credited, it is become a popular maxim in law and is credited to my Lord Gordon Hewitt, Lord Chief Justice of England. Now, the point here is that if you look at the entire judgment itself, from the process when it started, from when he was renditioned and so on and so forth, and you situate it with or juxtapose it with the things that had happened prior, His Royal Majesty was saying there's not so much difference between what some other people have done and they have been treated differently. So, in fairness to this person, he's saying, so I think the Nigerian government has failed in that respect. But it's not late, because he's saying that the Attorney General or the President himself, the President himself can exercise the prerogative of mercy. After all, he has freed, he has granted pardon to armed robbers and people who did worse things recently, so he can do that. But I think that this situation, in my opinion, was created so that the Igbos can come and beg him. And then maybe they will use it as a political pawn, or, becomes an object for which to negotiate maybe power or votes or whatever. So I believe that at some point, this thing will be resolved. It's not going to languish there. It's not going to spend the whole years there. At some point, there'll be a resolution, but it's going to be, this time it's going to be political. So that's what I think that is being done here. Have people spoken? Yes, I believe Anyoko had spoken. When Buhari was there, I remember that some Igbo, very close friends of Buhari, came to Buhari and spoke to him about this whole issue. And he said to them, you have asked a very difficult thing. That's what he said. So it's not as if people have not been speaking. People have been speaking privately. People have been speaking openly. I know some governors who have also gone to the president to say, look at this thing and do something about it.
Right.
But that's not diminishing the dignity and the honor and the way he presented it, because he was humorous, but was hitting the nail on the head and at the right time and the right point. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, sir. So 2 minutes, don't forget, so that we can do our rant and close. Mr. James.
Yeah, please, if I'm exceeding 2 minutes, let me know.
Okay, no problem, for sure.
You see, the world we live in these days is a world where truth is relative. Not only that, we live in a post-truth era. That is the world we live in. Anyway, about last week or thereabout, I was cracking a joke with Dr. Damages on this platform. I was inside the Atlantic Ocean looking for sediments for my work. I met two fishes inside the ocean. They reincarnated. They were dead their previous life, they reincarnated. The reason the elders in heaven asked them to come back is that there was some argument they could not resolve. One of the fishes lived in a well in his first life, the other one lived in the ocean. So while they were walking down memory lane, the one in the well said that the world is a very small place. The one in the ocean said, no, the world is a mighty place. I could not even travel everywhere. The well fish said, it's a liar. The one in the ocean said, we live in water. The one in the well said that is true, but the water we live in is salty. The one in the well said, no, it's not salty, it's fresh. The one in the ocean said, I had so many friends. The one in the well said, no, it's not true. I was a loner. The one in the ocean said, was describing ocean floor topography, volcanoes, what's it called, abyssal plains, submarine caverns, coral reefs, and what have you. The one in the well said, look, my friend, you are not on Earth. The Earth I lived in is different from what you are now saying. So at that point, they could not resolve their differences. Both of them are telling the truth, but from different perspectives. That is the world we live in these days. You get the point. So if the president is unable to see things from other people's perspective, it is because the world is living in, his political environment is different from the other people's political environment. That is why this problem of Nnamdi Kanu, it has to be resolved politically, but there must be a convergence. So there's need for both parties to reincarnate, like the fishes are met in the Atlantic Ocean, and resolve their differences. And I'm sure when they go back to heaven, they will agree that the world actually is seen from two different perspectives. So that is my solution.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very insightful anecdote. You have said it in a better way. I appreciate that. Dexter.
Yeah, good night, everybody.
Good night, sir.
Yeah.
All right, Dexter. Dexter, are you with us?
Yeah.
2 minutes.
Tim.
2 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you, Tim. I have to give that guy courage. You know, the man that spoke for Nnamdi Kanu. But I think what we don't really realize in Nigeria is that the moment Nnamdi Kanu is set free, you kind of admit that everything he says is correct. So I think whoever is in power is you know, you are faced with a double-edged sword situation. And Nigeria has a history that many of us don't want to talk about. You know, even the Nigerians don't want to talk about that history. And that is what Nnamdi Kanu is peeling open. And, you know, it's just like what happened with NNPC recently. You know, where Tinubu signed the executive order that all the money will be coming to the federal government now. Look, I think the oil that was discovered in Nigeria is a cost. At the end of the day, it's a cost. It hasn't helped the country move anywhere. And so, Nnamdi Kanu issue is a very delicate one. As a president, if you let him go, you just validate everything he's saying. So his movement becomes bigger. So are you ready to liquidate? Is Nigeria ready to liquidate? The people that have stakes, are they ready for him to liquidate? You know, that's the dynamic I see Nnamdi Kanu bringing. He brings a legal tender to liquidate that system. If you let him go, you've given him the right to liquidate that system. And if you check around the world, where there's revolution and changes, things like that, it will just liquidate. It will just, yeah, that is what that's the difficulty. And I think all the negotiations that we're having with Nnamdi Kanu, he has said, look, I'm not backing down. Because it's obviously he's not signed a deal. He's not agreed to a deal. He's not compromised. You know, like the Adakaboros, Asaris, all those guys that compromise. He said, no, this is what I'm getting. and he has stood by it, and it has made it difficult for whoever is in power to, and that's why you can see that even from the northern, I think Hakim Baba Ahmed has been preaching now, bring the Southeast back. If many northern people have been saying this, because the truth about it is that Nnamdi Kanu's situation is posing a big threat. If Nigeria liquidates, the northern part of Nigeria will suffer the most. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think the next person is Yakubu.
Thank you for this. You see, the truth of the matter is this. I commend His Royal Majesty for speaking truth to power. But I want us to also understand that if you want to know the way Tinubu responds to power, all you just need to do, you don't need to look too far. Listen to Bayo or Nanuga, or listen to Daniel Bola, or listen to any of those his aides, that are there to, whitewash. Why do you need to whitewash? It tells you how they respond to truth, basically. It's not far-fetched. So, we can try, but what they want is what they get. That's just what it is. I feel sorry for Nigeria at this point in time, because we have entered what we normally refer to as one chance. This is the real one chance. We just and that's why if you see under my caption, I say Tinubu wants life presidency. I'm not hallucinating. I'm telling you exactly as it is. These people are ambitious, and I don't know for whatever reason that is, because clearly it's not for good governance. Neither is it for unity. Neither is it for, making us great. No. I mean, the agenda is shrouded in some sort of imperialism, because from facts emerging, you can see that it's all about money, transfers of wealth, because I'm not seeing any corresponding development anywhere since they've been in power in the last 3 years. All the promises, none has been at what's it called? None of the promises has actually taken shape. Like, we've not seen any of it.
Yakubu,
so as far as I'm concerned,
2 minutes.
Thank you very much. So truth to power is, it's a charade. It's a charade. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Obe?
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I watched that video almost 4 times, and I was just a little bit looking at the other side of the video. That it was a night of 1,000 laughs. What was the? I don't understand why the gesticulation and why they were all laughing and the president almost falling off from the chair. I just look at that part. That what was funny that he said.
Yeah, but the president
and the man who was
allowed to feel humorous, isn't he?
No. I know the whole hall actually were laughing. I thought I was looking at what was funny that he said, and you look at the person speaking was them looking at them, not smiling. He didn't blink. He was that serious. He like an elder who was lamenting, and they were all smiling and laughing away. I just took that part as in what was funny that he said. I don't people know that this thing is actually painful to a father. They laughed it away, and after then nobody carried it as headline. No, it just like it was a night of 1,000 laughs, and that was it. No response, nothing yet. We just laughed it up. The program ended, and we're all talking about it. And at the end of the day, it will fizzle away. Another thing will happen. Election has taken over it now, right? It was so sad. The old man spoke. He didn't blink. He didn't laugh. He lamented. I saw a Jokba in a different spirit. That was the man indeed. That is why the Eastern governor and other people that are following themselves there, I just look at them. I just shake my head that can this kind of man look at I think he's a well-read man, the way he even spoke. Well-read man. Old man at that matter, and they were all laughing. And they were laughing. Igboho will carry a double chieftaincy title, and they will all be doing well. At the end of the day, they won't talk about it again. It's a pity, anyway, and it's so sad.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. KJ. Go ahead, KJ.
Okay. Thank you so much. All of you have spoken very well. The Igbos have a proverb that if an elder doesn't behave properly as she should, we'll put on a basket on the face and tell him the truth. That's exactly what that elder applied. Put on the basket on the face doesn't mean that you're a masquerade or you're a jester. It simply means that you are going to say it the way it is. You can take it or you may not take it. And what Obe said is very true. Unfortunately, the Nigerian media who have known for a very long time that they are one-sided. These days, they don't react to anything that does not have to do with APC and Tinubu's achievements, even though those achievements are very, very much contrived. But yesterday, I listened to a financial analyst analyze Nigeria and the situation we are in. There is no end in the tunnel. We still have a very long tunnel, like from Africa to Russia. That's how far it is. So when the man made that pronouncement, I thought that in a civilized world, the president would have had a rejoinder immediately to declare. And some people have said that he's the only one who has spoken the truth. No. Many Igbo prominent people, including the first minister, one of the first ministers before he passed, God bless his soul. His name, I think it's Amechi. Somebody. That was one of his requests he made. As a first minister, he went to Buhari and said, "This is my last wish before I die. Release this man. If you don't want to release him, give him to me. He's my son. I will know how to control him." He didn't do that. The elders in Igbo land gathered and went to Buhari and spoke to him in the Aso Villa office. They said the only purpose we came is to tell you that this thing, it's not the way people are looking at it. It's not the same way it is in southeast. This guy is the youths look at him as their hero, as the one who is the one they listen to. Release him, because while he was outside, there was no issue in the southeast.
I'm going to ask you to round off because of time, because I'm still going to do.
Let me cut it right on. So many have made passionate appeals which was never listened to. It was said that the court should decide. The court decided he was not released. The good thing about it is that yes, the elder, as they have said what he said, and we appreciate him and we celebrate him and we thank him. Okay, but the truth still remains. The people holding Nnamdi Kanu is not necessarily the government in power. This is the agreement that was agreed, and that's my opinion. That was agreed before he was the government was handed over to him, because he punctured the plan the Fulanis had, and that is why all of them are running here. He punctured it, and if anybody wants to ask me how, call me. I will tell you how. Thank you.
Paul, please, if you can just do it in 2 minutes so that we can do this rant and then end the show, because
okay, thank you. So this Igwe issue, remember, is two things. He also talked the fraud that the Oni of Ife talk about the traditional rulers in South and every other thing. Try to put all of them together, even when they are not together, like the way the Northerners do. The Igwe cleared that part that I don't hold meeting with you. Don't think we all do things together. He cleared that part. I really appreciating that. Then there's something you touched that I always like a lot. I remember how powerful former Deputy Senate President Ibrahim Mantu was during Obasanjo's third time. Ken Nnamdi killed that. Or before Ken Nnamdi killed that, I used to be an aviator. Everybody knows that. Ken Nnamdi's father is a caterer. He works in catering department in Old Nigeria Airways. When they stop paying them their pension, the father tell him, any money I send you to school that you are bringing back to me, but all my friends that we all work together that see me struggle to send you to school, that are not getting their pension, if you don't make them get their pension, their money, I will not take any money for you. That guy fought they give Nigeria Airways their pension and everything. I respect Ken Nnamdi for that. We have great men. I would always say this one. Ken Nnamdi killed 10. I did not even bother to contest, but he achieved a great purpose, and we can see it today. We can say it. I think with the Southeast, with this nonsense that some of us who want to talk down on the Southeast and everything, let's say it's 2-1, but over time things going to change. Let's say the city boys is failing us. Let's say the city men is failing us. Thank God the city elders are not failing us. They speak tall and they speak with wisdom and everything. I respect that king. As I was saying in America, that king is our MVP. Is the king that stands among kings today. Is the MVP when it comes to king. To look the president in his face and tell him with straight face. He didn't use parable. He didn't speak indirectly. He spoke directly to the president. I respect that man for that. Thank you.
Thank you. So, guys, I don't know whether we can do this rant, but if people say we should do it, then people are going to respect timing. Rant quickly so that we can shut down, so that forefathers can go and start the next show he needs to start. Omori, you haven't spoken, so I'm going to start with you. I will give you 3 minutes because you haven't spoken, but that's not my fault. You're the one keep coming in and out. So give us your rant for the day, and then we move to the next person so that we can shut the show.
Yes, I thank you. My greetings to everybody on the panel, and those on the commentaries, and our esteemed audience across the globe. I'm happy you didn't try to moderate the way I'm going to speak, because I wasn't going to follow your instruction. Freedom of choice is the greatest need of mankind. And this platform says, have your say. Thank God I came at the right time. Probably that was why my network was kicking me out, in and out, intermittently. Having said that, that's just by the wayside. I think we're all terrible. We have become all terrible. Sorry, this is not personal. We have a terrible government. We have even more terrible opposition. Some people call Nigerians terrible because they have been battered and shattered. Even those of us that feel we have escaped, we are even more terrible. I'm surprised that we are here again. At the beginning, that was my intention for coming in. Sometimes I had to stay back because I don't want to offend anybody. When I see my brother, people like Ovie saying, oh, there's a problem. Let's organize. But they are queuing behind the status quo. It makes me feel like if I could just stretch my hand and punch somebody in the face, but it's not possible. Until someday we're going to jump somewhere on the street, I will tell him that small body not be sickness. Let's organize. What are we organizing? You admit that the status quo is bad. We deserve more than this. Let's organize. You are queuing behind the status quo, behind the same system that is rotting already. I don't understand your inconsistency. I don't know where you belong. That's just by the wayside. And the more reason why I'm even here, we have an issue at stake. We have a bigger elephant in the house. I was surprised last week. I mean, this is the only thing. If there's anything Tinubu can give to Nigerians, this is the electoral law. No matter how terrible Buhari was, there were things Buhari could not dare, could not touch. Because he wanted to remove that togal of dictatorship and try to wear that togal of a Democrat. But here we are, a member of Nadeco, a terrible human being, a controversial figure, whose place of birth, from place of birth to academic record to where he is today, nobody can pinpoint where he's coming from. Who purported to be a Democrat, the only thing electoral law has just been, this is the only gift, at least you can give to Nigerians, at least to, even if you cannot even fix the economy, fix anything. Last week, the opposition was busy campaigning in the midst of the greatest evil that has been done to Nigerians for another election. And we are here, electing gentlemen. Most of us are doctorate degree holders on this platform. When they speak, I marvel. What kind of English is that? I wish I could speak the way Chima and Co are speaking. We are here waiting for another result from another system that has been rigged already. At the end of the today or tomorrow, we have another show. We'll be here, they ring the election. We'll be here shouting they have ringed us out. What kind of human being are we? I don't understand. You people are giving me headache. I already have a bad voice. Each time I come here, I go home with headache. We already analyzing who is winning what you need.
Oh, you're about to be coming now.
We are terrible people. What kind of people are we?
Oh, you're about to be coming down. Protect your mental health.
This is not your business. Why are you drinking my on my head? Is it your head? Is it not my head? We are terrible people.
Yeah.
Somebody came here, he was blaming democracy. No, there's nothing wrong with democracy. There's nothing wrong with us as a people. Democracy cannot work. If democracy cannot work, what else can work?
Let him vent now. He's ranting.
Yeah, but that is the time is over. I can't give him perpetuity.
The guy don't get bad voice. He get wicked voice.
I'm not going to waste time. Let's go to the next person, and that person is OVA. OVA, rant. Don't respond to comrade, please. Just rant.
1 minute.
No. Thank you, Jim. My talk. Sorry. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they get another thing they come up for my. Let somebody else go. I'll go after next.
Okay. Who's the next person? Paul, please go ahead. So that just go that way.
Okay, thank you. I'll just follow what Omori said and everything about Tinubu, that we don't know him and everything. It was so funny. I even dig into Tinubu's wife. Everybody will say Remi Tinubu is from Delta State and is Shekiri woman. But traditionally and everything, you discover I don't even know whether I'm checking from the right side and everything. I discovered that our father is a Yoruba man. He was even from our mother's side. But the politics, the way they play the politics a lot, you think that the father is the Shekiri, the Delta State and everything. I said, these people, you barely know these people. I tried to even dig deep to dig into the woman. I can't even see anything, you understand, tangible that I can really hold. Other than truly she went to University of Ile-Ife and the likes and everything, I can't see anything. Like, you can't really understand Tinubu. It just, that remind me of that song that called Enigma. These are like Enigma. You can't see anything. They are just in the dark. You understand? We're in a low bar. That's my take. I don't really have anything. Omori just make me laugh. Omori, I'm sorry if you take it personal that I say you have wicked voice. I just want to make us laugh a little bit.
Omori alone, please. KJ, please, let's go on quickly. I'll come to your Pablo. KJ, can you hear me? Go ahead, your rant.
Oh, I don't rant finish you. I don't get another rant too.
All right, no problem. Mr. Tony, go ahead.
Yeah, my rant will be something unconventional. It's just an appeal. I just want to appeal. I want to thank everybody who has been on this platform, supporting this platform for years. We have made friends, we get entertained, we get informed. Some of us can do without tuning in and listening on this platform. My appeal, a special appeal is, if you are on this platform and you are listening, take out your debit card. If it is $10, if it is pounds, lira, krona, Deutschmark, shillings, kwacha, whatever. Yes, francs, CD, whatever it is.
Naira.
Please, yes, right now, just do it. Let us support this platform. If possible, send it to Rudolph Okonkwo, on Zelle, and let us support this platform.
Okay.
Let us show solidarity right now. That's my rant. Thank you.
All right, thank you so very much. Dexter, quickly.
Dexter is on call.
You can't get me. I'm moving to the next person. Yakubu, please go ahead.
Yeah. So my rant is this. I think that many of us here are going to fall guilty of the same things that many of us here, they put us in the same position. We will not want to be held accountable the same way the people we see around the corridors of power. OVA is a typical example here. And so many of us here. When I listen to Chude in Kimbale's podcast, I just realized that unlike other countries where you have a baseline of things, Nigeria is like we don't have a baseline. The justice, we need to really do a lot in education, because the expectation that many of us come here and maybe you stayed in the Western world, and then based on what you have seen, you are now imposing that expectation on Nigeria. It's just, and a lot of African countries.
Yes, I will cut you off there.
It's just absolutely I mean, it's absolute. It is just you are putting an expectation that cannot be achieved.
Okay,
because
thank you.
we are not doing the basic things.
All right, Dexter, we have to move on. Yakubu, quickly, please.
My rant basically is that please, APC, stop playing politics with everything. You know that killing that happened in Waro in Kwara State. You won't believe that APC carried rice there and they were campaigning for votes, you know, in the midst of all that carnage. I mean, let's have some sense. That's my rant.
Thank you very much. Foforas, do you have a rant, or you want me to move off to the next people so that I can close?
I can do a rant now. I guess I'm not exactly. Thank you. Greetings, Chim. Thank you for hosting, and greetings to all the panelists, all of you, and Tony. Thank you for begging these Nigerians to donate. They needed to be reminded. And also the viewers. Thank you all for viewing. I have to say, I've had a lot of people criticize Ovie here, which is interesting that I'm even commenting on him. I don't normally comment on individuals. I actually think he is going to do better than most people here, because at least he understands more. He understands more, and his dada.
Meaning what?
Meaning he sees the rotten face of Nigerian society that likes to thumb his nose at others, and he sees the hypocrisy.
And he is supporting them.
Let me see. He sees the hypocrisy within the society, and maybe that's what he's doing. There is this program, The Watchmen. The guy that is called a comedian. He does all kinds of crazy stuff. You think he's one of the establishment, but he's basically laughing at the entire system. So sometimes the way Ovie carries himself comes across that. Can somebody, father of the nation, can you calm the children? Who's got children there?
Yeah.
Oh, they won't let me talk now. Suddenly.
I have muted everybody. I don't know where the noise is coming from.
Maybe it's you
now.
Ahead.
No, it's not me. Go ahead.
Okay. So my point is that you be careful what you are pointing at, because I've spoken to Ovie before, and he has shown himself to be quite knowledgeable. I have to give it to him. Though, I like to think that I'm better, but still, it is what it is. But he's knowledgeable and more deep than most people give him credit for. I don't know why Omori keeps going after him, because Omori sees things from the...
It's very controversial, contradictory. On one hand, on the other hand, let's support Okebolo forever. Does that make sense for you?
It makes sense. It makes sense to me to an extent. Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm just trying to say that he sees things from the surface sometimes, and that's why he just have it. Think about it. When Ovie talks about things, yeah, I'm not always a big fan of some of his position, but he's not ignorant. He's not ignorant, and you need people that are not that ignorant. And I can see him being brave when the time comes. Maybe. Just maybe, okay, at least more than most. So let me get on with this thing, what I've seen in Nigeria anyway in terms of this election. There is this ADC candidate that has been around. He's everywhere. Sometimes you see bikers wear him on the hat, you see him on posters and anything, but we didn't see him individually come out and talk to anybody. The APC candidate, I don't even know who he is. I just saw him once on a poster, and God help us if he goes and wins again. So, that's Nigeria, even if you don't see him anywhere. But the grassroots, in terms of Abuja, the ADC candidate is the one you see everywhere. And God help us. I hope he wins, because some parts of Abuja is not doing very well. I can tell you that right now. And all this governments, Wike, so-called great builder and all that stuff. What is the point of building if you cannot even tidy it up? Your city looks shabby. I don't understand it, because I was watching a video the other day. They were showing Rwanda. And Rwanda, even if it doesn't have all the wealth and everything that Nigeria has, it's far neater and far more organized. When they build roads, they put pavements there, the gutters are hidden. Nigeria, even Abuja roads, the gutter is there, right in the middle. Cars fall inside. It's like, why are we so shabby? And we are supposed to be running it. These are some of our best. We are quite a shabby people, and I think we need to do better. Thank you.
All right. So Obe quickly, and then OVA, so that we can shut down, please.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. In my rant is that we should realize that we've just fallen into one chance. Everybody, we need to reorganize. We need to put our heads together, do it our little ways, and see how we keep talking about this change of the status quo, because it's heading to nowhere. We are going to go down the deep if we continue in this tragedy. It's so sad. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Ovia, quickly. You're the last man standing. Okay. So, Ovia, are you there? You're muted.
Our father has spoken for him.
Okay. So, Ovia, maybe you will keep it until when Forefathers comes on so that we can shut down.
Are you guys serious? I'm muted.
Okay, quickly, sir. You have nothing to say. All right. Okay.
Am I really muted?
All right. No problem. Thank you, everybody who has made today's show a wonderful one. I want to thank all those who have contributed, from Brick House Capital to Kulata, at Real K, George Bushell, Aladdin Kelly, Oscar Blackbone. Thank you very much for supporting the show. Let's continue to support the show. Let's continue to come in and express ourselves and make our views known about our country or any topical issue of importance. And once again, thank you to everybody on the comment section and all the panelists. I can't mention everybody one after the other because of time, but I want to let you know that we do appreciate you. And with that, it's a wrap. There's another show coming on, and Forefathers is going to be moderating that one. So buckle your belts, come back, and let's make it a healthy JoJo. I wish everybody a wonderful rest of Saturday, and whatever else you are going to be doing, all the best as you go doing it. Thank you.